If you are tuning in here, then we are into the semifinals or just about to get into the semifinals, and we appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. I am joined today by Team Eternity, the full squad, the full roster. We've got them all here on cam, hanging out and getting ready for the semifinals matchup. It's technically Tuesday if you really want to know, so they still have some practice left ahead of them. We'll be asking them a couple of questions, but I want to start with introductions. First, we'll start with you, Fly. How are you feeling today?
I mean, pretty good. I like the outcome of the last game. I'm hoping we can keep that up going into Acer, even though it's going to be, I think, significantly more challenging.
All right. Juice, how are you doing?
Piggyback off what Fly said. I'm feeling pretty good. Anxious, ready to see what Saturday comes and what it brings, and hopefully we can stay strong and bring another W.
Linebaker, how are you doing today?
All right, feeling all right. Going to be starting to get in some BMMs later after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Penny Packer leading the squad through some practices today, tomorrow, this week. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Definitely got our schedule all filled up and excited for this weekend.
Love to hear it. Proxy, how about you?
Feeling really confident. Past few days, pretty confident.
Yeah, I imagine so. Coming off of a solid win. Ace, last but not least, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm grinding. I'm ready. Playing lots of ranked.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions about the matchup that you had just the other day, just a few days ago. While it's fresh in your mind still, and we'll start with you, Juice. How were you feeling at the start of that day, just before going into your matchup? What was sort of your mindset like?
Yeah, no, so I was confident all day. Typically, I would feel a little nervous, because you don't know what to expect. And of course, you have Penny doing the VOD watching and the studying for us and letting us know what to expect, what we need to do. So right when we're about to start the game or getting the lobby up and everything, I was confident, a little nervous, but at the same time, I didn't know what to expect. So I was like, we got this. A couple of us were pretty nervous. I was like, no worries. And then when the game progressed inside the game, I was like, all right, we gotta lock in. There's a lot of things happening right now. A couple things folded, but we held on, we held strong. But yeah, before the match, I was confident.
Okay, interesting. Fly, how are you feeling that practicing, warming up, getting ready for the start of that series?
I felt pretty good, especially with the day of. The day of felt really good. Like a little bit before, I wasn't so great, and then after warming up for like half an hour, I felt really good.
Okay, interesting. Penny, there was some challenging moments in the series itself when it came time for you guys to execute and win the matches you needed to win. What was maybe the most challenging part of your matchup last weekend?
I mean, I definitely put a lot of time into VOD reviewing and trying to articulate what to expect to the team, but they are a tricky team, and they rarely repeat things, so it was hard to predict. I think we got lucky once on factory defense. Sorry, factory defense. We got lucky once, and we're upstairs, and we predicted that one pretty well, and I think it was like 5-0. I don't think anybody died on that, so that felt really good. Really rewarding. Felt like that time spent VOD reviewing was worth it, but that was probably the only moment, and everything else was them just I talked to Crimson after the match too, and they were just kind of trying to counter us and us countering them all at the same time. It was just
Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Ace, Proxy, did you have any moments where you were worried, the stress, anything like that?
Yeah, definitely. Before the match, I was a little shaky. I actually slammed an energy drink, so I was a little off, but yeah, we did strong. We finished strong.
Or Ace?
Yeah, I've literally just gotten off work, just ran in the house and got on. So
you had no time to get nervous, really. You were just getting thrown right into the game. Love that. Obviously you guys had some struggles, but you ended up winning. Was there any point when you were playing that you felt like you had the win sort of secured, Juice, where you felt like we're looking good now, finally?
Yeah, for ship. When we went to the second map, the way I was kind of going, and then I just started really popping off, and my accuracy was 100% right there. So I was like, we're not going to lose this. We have this. And then we folded some rounds. We overplayed some plays, got too aggressive at some points, and if someone like I messaged Penny, I was like, if someone would just said slow down that last round, we were in top floor, and that was the round we were gonna win, and then Proxy rushed in, and I was like, all right, I'm right behind you, I'm not gonna leave him behind, so I rushed in right behind him, I died from somewhere from connector, and then Proxy dropped, and it just, if we would have just slowed down, we actually would have came out strong there on that map. But from the beginning of how confident I was playing, I was 15-4, 15-5 or something like that. I was like, how did we just lose this? You know?
Yeah, we had some standout shooters over the course of that weekend. I mean, you know, what is that? How does one player get 15 kills in the game? I mean, obviously we see it happen, but is it just luck? Or is it juice? Like, you obviously you're the one that did it. So is it the moment, is it just the situation that it unfolds that way, or you start to feel hot? What's the real solution there? How does that happen?
I think once before each map starts, right? Everyone's a little shaky, everyone's a little nervous. You get a few picks in here and there, it kind of builds your confidence. If you drop, it's all about the mental state. So that map, when I hit an ace on one round, I was just super confident, overplaying, overextending, and then there was not any nerves there. So I was playing really aggressive, and it was working out in our favor, of course.
Yeah.
But I think what breaks that momentum is not knowing when to slow down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, you can get carried away sometimes.
Yeah. And then you sell around, you fold, and that's what I did. I felt it at the end.
Well, hey, you still came across with the W at the end of the day. You are going into the semifinals this weekend. What are your plans for this week? You got scrims all lined up, or do you have a busy schedule, Penny? What's the overall play to get ready for the weekend?
Yeah, scrims and VOD reviewing. I think what makes it a little tough is if we win, we like the next day we have 1 day to prepare for the next team. Even if we lose, actually, we are still fighting for third place then,
right.
And so you got 1 day to review. So it's kind of like, okay, how do we want to spend this time? So I think spend it on our next match and just keep doing 1 day at a time. But scrims and VOD review.
Are there any teams that you're keeping an eye out for that you're worried about at all, Juice, as you get in and get ready for the weekend? I mean, obviously you have your matchup. I'm blanking on who it's up against.
Acer.
Yeah, you have Acer first. That's kind of the tall order, right? Are you even bothering to look past Acer at this point right now?
Yeah, that's our full focus. What's funny is our past 2 leagues, Acer has always been the barrier where we need to break through to get to the next game. Like the first one was VRML, we matched up to them for first place and they beat us, and then it came to BCL where we had actually beat Acer to make it to get past semifinals, and luckily we've won that game, so we're able to win BCL, and then now we're in VRML. Same thing, just to make it to finals, we actually have that barrier right there again. So it's kind of like a rival, I would say.
And it's also VRML preseason. It was that
even
same exact spot, semifinals. We had Acer, and then we lost by a few rounds there, or there was like a turning point in Skyscraper or whatever. But anywho, and then we had to fight for third. So it's in a similar boat. We got to beat them at semifinals, and just like BCL, we had to beat them in semifinals to get to the finals. So it's history is repeating itself. For sure.
Yeah.
My gosh, it certainly seems to be a rivalry that you guys have unfolding in front of us, and we cannot wait to see Acer versus Eternity coming up here in the semifinals. It's going to be quite an exciting game. The best of luck to all of you guys. Any final shout outs from anyone on the cast here? Anything you want to plug? Anything like that before ultimately you guys go and start playing against Acer?
We appreciate everyone. We appreciate VRML, the casting crew, the whole league in itself, providing this opportunity for us to play for. And we appreciate, money. At the end of the day, we're all playing for the money. So I think we'll win some money no matter what. So we appreciate the funds contributing to bills or outside fun,
Absolutely. Any other thoughts?
No,
perfect. All right,
I appreciate it.
We're good.
Then we will wrap it up here. Shout out to Eternity again, and we will catch you all in the semis. Good luck.
Thank you, Nightfire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and with me today I have my two co-casters here, Martini and Hertaj. Let me actually correct some of those webcams there, but let's start off. We'll start with you, Martini. How are you feeling today for this these upcoming NA matches we have coming up?
I'm excited. I know I've throughout this whole playoff season, I keep saying, the big keywords I'm using are these are some of the top players in the world. But now that we're coming into first, second, and even third place, these are the top players in the world. There's no question about it. They fought for it, and it's exciting to see which ones end up coming out on top. Absolutely.
How about you, Hertaj? How you feeling?
I am kind of surprised we went a little bit over schedule with the European side. Simply because I'm a little bit shocked that they've because man, even though we're going live, there is still a lot of good stuff going on in EU. Obviously, shout out for Phila and Nightfire to go out of their way to keep going on and obviously us as casters, we're still watching the European cast as it's live. So while we're commentating this, so we're gonna be informing you just in case if you decide to watch the stream. And yeah, I'm kind of excited for today. We've had a hell of a good matches before we went live.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining us, or if you need a quick recap for what has been happening, we started off last weekend with the semifinals, and what a slew of matches those were. We saw a ton of great battles, two massive upsets. Aspect Infinity out of the bracket in the those the quarterfinals. We had the semifinals yesterday, where we saw Eternity lose to Acer, and then we saw Wicked lose to Formula 3. So all of that has turned into this, the bracket that we had starting yesterday, which means Acer, Formula 3 going to those grand finals. And Eternity and Wicked going to be playing in that third place match, which is coming up in just a short amount of time. These teams have been putting in a ton of work. But I mean, taking a look at Wicked versus Eternity, this is going to be quite the matchup here, going for third place. Some thoughts. We'll start with you, Martini. Recap for us, Eternity losing to Acer there. Do you think they have it going into this game? Do you think they could potentially go for it?
I said it before, Acer, I've seen them play such a good game, and no matter, even if you have your best round, they are still holding their own. And that's what we saw with Eternity. We saw, who was it? It was Filibuster. Someone had that comment that, Acer bleeds, and while they do bleed, unfortunately, they haven't really quite lost in the playoffs yet. And that's just kind of how they are. That's how good they are. That showcases what they can do. And I think Eternity, though, because of how well they held up their own game against them, they definitely got this one. Versus Wicked. Wicked, I know they have the chops to kind of keep up here, but I think between these two lineups, I think it's going to come out with Eternity. We're talking about a team that potentially could have been in grand finals themselves, right? And I didn't quite see that performance from Wicked, unfortunately.
Hertaj, yesterday, I saw Wicked play. I wasn't as satisfied with their performance yesterday as I was with Infinity. But do you think they could potentially, bring the pace needed for this game today to knock out Eternity here and go for third?
It's going to be a pretty rough ride for them, because you go against a team that has proven that they could step up against Acer. I think back in the regular season, they've put really strong rounds. They've sent Acer to, these round 12s, round 11s, and going against a team like that, especially knowing how good Acer has been during playoffs, it is very hard for them to just, for Wicked to try and maybe find some type of error that Eternity is going to make. However, I will say there is a little bit of life in a sense for Wicked to maybe get third place. Eternity just yesterday. They just haven't been, from my perspective, they haven't been performing at the exact level they have been in regular season. Even though they took like around round 11 from Acer during their semis in, I think, what was it? I forgot what map it was, but after that they just went like 7-0, 7-1 against Acer, which just isn't just acceptable. Especially if Wicked could just realize that mistake, then they could probably utilize it and could steal it from Eternity and probably get third place. But I think it could go either way.
Absolutely. I mean, and let's, I guess on that note, let's get some predictions in here. Of course, we know Formula 3 Acer going to be grand finals. Wicked Eternity third place match. So, Martini, we'll start with you. What are your predictions for these matches we have coming up here?
Sorry, you're just talking about the bronze match, or you're talking about grand finals, or both?
Both, yeah. Let me hear your grand final.
Obviously, I do sound more of an Eternity fanboy right now, but I always said if Wicked really comes out of this, how about this? Wicked wins this against Eternity. I'm a Wicked fanboy for life at this point. Eternity, but because I'm expecting Eternity to win this one, right? For grand finals, though, I probably might be going with the upset, but F3 has just been holding themselves so well in the other bracket. I remember Philibus himself had said this looks like Ultimate Form F3, and I'm inclined to agree. This is the team yesterday, because I remember casting during this, that they almost went a perfect offensive set on Skyscraper, and I know that's a big deal because everyone talks about how defender oriented it is. Unfortunately, Cast was cursed. They ended up winning 5-1 on the offender's side, but that just showcases how well they are on a map like Skyscraper, which people tend to think it's more of a defender oriented map, but they can play well on both sides, and a team that can do that, I think, can hold up their own against Acer, not Eternity, Acer. And I don't know, I think come out of this, here's my thing: if F3 can't beat them now, then Acer is truly the best team in the world.
Absolutely. How about you, Hertaj? What are your predictions?
Oh, okay. So before all this, Thursday I flew to Canada. I went to the VRML headquarters, and then broke in, and guess what? I have thankfully I stole the script for
You're not supposed to have that.
Features. So okay, yeah, hey, but well, actually, let's take a look. Let's take a clear look at what's going on. Let's see. Oh, that's surprising. Eternity wins third place. It may hopefully potentially during map if the actors wanna do the effort. And that's all I can say before I essentially go missing for the next couple of weeks. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna be a great match either way. And no, hopefully, I think for third place, jokes aside, it could swing either way depending on how Eternity or Wicked have play. If one of them, just for any reason, just pop off a little bit better than the other, then it might just swing heavy. It could be like 7-2, 7-3, like consistently throughout the maps. And then for grand finals, if Formula 3 is just able to recognize some of these patterns that Acer have been doing for the rest of the playoffs, then they could just potentially win it. But it is just it's like facing a brick wall in a sense. They gotta fight through that because it is just hard to like get a single map off them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hertaj, I think production team's going to need to have a few words with you for that little piece of paper that you found there.
Can you send me the updates, Hertaj? I don't remember the script updates.
Yeah, no, but in all
the VRML ninjas are gonna come after me.
VRML ninjas, look for them in the Discord. Anyways, I'm thinking for my predictions here. I'm going to say it might. I think I'm going to say Acer are going to walk out of this grand finals as the winner. They were preseason winners, and I don't know, they're one of the most consistent teams I've seen because they play so incredibly well. They're just on fire every time I watch them play. Never seen Acer have a bad day, except I guess I mean, they've only ever lost to one team, Aspect, and they've only ever tied one other, the other team, Aspect. So that would have been, I mean, maybe Aspect could have given them a run for their money, but Aspect are out, and they went out to Formula 3. So I think if Formula 3 could beat Aspect, they definitely have a very good shot at beating Acer. For third place, I'm gonna go. Man, it's close, but I think I'm probably gonna predict Eternity gonna win that. They played so well against Acer yesterday. I think Eternity, they know those strategies. They have those plans. We see Penny Packer always at the drawing board creating those new strategies. We saw a very interesting play actually on ship. I don't know if you two caught this, but they planted on the they planted right by the exterior wall of pump on ship, and then they sat up on the roof over at over on Eternity, and that gave them the angle to shoot at the legs of anybody who tried to defuse the EMP. It was a genius play. It was a very, very smart play there. Great setup by Eternity. And it came down to the wire there on ship. It looked like Eternity may tie it up. But just, I mean, we saw another S-tier play there from both sides, but ultimately a great clutch by Acer that led them to pick up that round. So yeah, I mean, it's been great both sides, but yeah, I think it may be Eternity pulling out of it this time. But yeah, that's certainly this is some great predictions, guys, and of course, thank you for that. Currently, they're still live over at theothergame.com, 5-3 lead over Cheeky Breachy. Make sure you check that one out. We do have a match coming up that's going to be the third place match, Wicked versus Eternity, and that's happening in 18 minutes from now. Now, of course, before we do get started with the action today, let's do a quick thank you to our wonderful sponsors over here at the Breachers VRML, starting off with Triangle Factory, the developers of Breachers. They've done a lot for the VRML, including putting some ads in the the basketball court of their in-game lobby. And they've also given us 2 gun skins, one that you can purchase right now for credits in-game. It's the VRML gun skin in-game. It costs 150 credits. Great gun skin to pick up. It's for the Vezin too, so it's on a gun that you're going to use a lot. And then, of course, they are supplying us with another gun skin for those top 8 teams in this season. It looks amazing. Currently waiting on everybody to submit their codes in to get that distributed. But yeah, big thank you to Triangle Factory, who are also contributing to the prize pool. Next up, Exclaim, the official merch store of the VRML. You can actually create and sell your team's merchandise through Exclaim. That taps into a whole new level of fan engagement. I know I've seen Formula 3 using Exclaim, so a lot of great teams are using Exclaim. So if you're interested in affiliating with the VRML via Exclaim, you might be able to get an exclusive store-wide discount while supporting the league. So big thank you to Exclaim. Next up, Protube VR, who provides the best VR rifle mounts and accessories. You can help stabilize your aim in-game by picking up a mag tube stock, or you can put your controllers into cups that magnetically connect to a fully adjustable stock. With a variety of products ranging from Beat Saber to joystick mounts, Protube VR is your one-stop shop for controller peripherals. And I mean, if you've seen Nightfire and Phil in the cast, at this point they probably would have pulled out their own Protube stocks that they've gotten. But yeah, big thank you to Protube VR. As well as Protube VR, we thank HyperX, who are contributing a wonderful amount of technology from their company to the Breachers VRML. You can get 50% off MRSP off of fully priced HyperX products in North America using code HXVRML23. They also supply the casting department with a wonderful little caster kit. If you take a look at Martini over there, his microphone, you can see it in the corner of his screen there. It's got the tap to mute feature on top of it.
It's colors.
Yeah, it changes colors too. So I mean, if it changes colors, I'm on board with that. Yeah, but big thank you to HyperX for sponsoring the league. And of course, finally, Helga, excuse me, not finally, we do thank Helga, the esports management bot, which helps with availability, scheduling, communication with opponents, and statistical analysis. Big part of the prize pool, these teams are going to be winning a lifetime subscription to Helga, the esports management bot. I know of a couple teams off the top of my head. Again, Formula 3 does use Helga, the esports manager bot. I think I know at least Formula 3 confirmed off the top of my head, but yeah, it's a great tool that helps you out with your team planning and everything. So big thank you to Helga, the manager bot. And finally, last but certainly not least, VRCOVER, which offers high-quality hygiene comfort solutions for popular headsets. VRCOVER's face cushions greatly enhance the comfort of any VR device, allowing you to play in VR comfortably for longer. And you can use code VRCOVERQ3 for a discount on Quest 3 products. That's going to do it for our sponsors, and of course, big thanks to them. And now we do have, I guess before we get into this, let's talk about what these teams are competing for in a prize pool. These teams are playing for $2,000, a lifetime subscription of Helga, the esports manager bot, and of course 8 HyperX Cloud MIX headsets. Actually, coming up here, we've got 2 giveaways for the NA for a HyperX headset. So take a look in the chat because those are gonna pop up at some point here. Second place is gonna win $740 in cash, a lifetime subscription to Helga, and 8 HyperX's Cloud Buds. And third place will win 8 VRCOVER 8 excuse me 8 VRCOVER kits, and finally 8 HyperX's Cloud earbuds. So a lot on the line here for these teams. And I guess before we wrap up the pre-show here, guys, we'll start with you, Martini. Any final closing thoughts on the upcoming match, the grand finals? What are you thinking right now?
All I can say is we're literally watching the best players in the world, and we just got to appreciate that. And, these teams are building legacies now, if you think about it, because VR esports in general is still very young, and on top of that, VRML is we're only season 1 in. Like, people got to remember that we're at the beginning.
Season 1, and we got some really great matches.
Exactly. So we're already 1 season in, seeing some amazing gameplay. I can't imagine how it's going to look in 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons. So it's exciting. These teams are literally a part of building the legacy that is Breachers and really VR esports for these FPS shooters, these FPSs, right? But just how to put that out there, just sit on that, But yeah.
Absolutely. Hertosh, how about you?
Closing thoughts. Yeah, shout out to our main sponsors. Able to provide for all of this. Shout out to Triangle Factory for building this game, and we've seen some overtime ever since this game came out. We've seen so many great people. We've seen a bunch of good competition, especially in Tier 1. Mm-hmm. And I'm just happy to see how season 1's gonna end, because man, I'm excited. If Europe had like their third place match go to map 4, I can't wait to see what happens here.
Absolutely. That's going to do it for our Breachers VRML pre-show. Coming up again for the NA third place match is going to be Eternity versus Wicked. We'll cut to a short break and air the interview with Eternity. That was a great interview done by Nightfire, so stick around for that. And then coming up after that match is going to be the grand finals for North America. It's going to come down to Acer versus Formula 3. Neither match is going to be one to miss. That's going to do it for this VRML pre-show. I'm Gibular Bob. This is Martini and Hertaj, and we'll catch you all in just a few minutes.
Welcome, everybody, to the VRML. If you are tuning in here, then we are into the semifinals, or just about to get into the semifinals, and we appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. I am joined today by Team Eternity, the full squad, the full roster. We've got them all here on cam, hanging out and getting ready for the semifinals matchup. It's technically Tuesday, if you really want to know, so they still have some practice left ahead of them. We'll be asking them a couple of questions, but I want to start with introductions. First, we'll start with you, Fly. How are you feeling today?
I mean, pretty good. I like the outcome of the last game. I'm hoping we can keep that up going into Acer, even though it's going to be I think significantly more challenging.
All right. Juice, how are you doing?
Piggyback off what Fly said. I'm feeling pretty good. Anxious, ready to see what Saturday comes and what it brings, and hopefully we can stay strong and bring another W.
Fine Baker, how are you doing today?
All right, feeling all right. Gonna be starting to get in some BMMs later after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Penny Packer leading the squad through some practices today, tomorrow, this week. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Definitely got our schedule all filled up and excited for this weekend.
Love to hear it. Proxy, how about you?
Feeling really confident. Past few days, pretty confident.
Yeah, I imagine so. Coming off of a solid win. Ace, last but not least, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm grinding. I'm ready. Playing lots of ranked.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions about the matchup that you had just the other day, just a few days ago. While it's fresh in your mind still, and we'll start with you, Juice. How were you feeling at the start of that day, just before going into your matchup? What was sort of your mindset like?
Yeah, no, so I was confident all day. Typically, I would feel a little nervous, because you don't know what to expect. And of course, you have Penny doing the VOD watching and the studying for us and letting us know what to expect, what we need to do. So right when we're about to start the game or getting the lobby up and everything, I was confident, a little nervous, but at the same time, I didn't know what to expect. So I was like, we got this, we got this. A couple of us were pretty nervous. I was like, no worries, no worries. And then when the game progressed inside the game, I was like, all right, we gotta lock in. There's a lot of things happening right now. A couple things folded, but we held on, we held strong. But yeah, before the match, I was confident.
Okay, interesting. Fly, how are you feeling that practicing, warming up, getting ready for the start of that series?
I felt pretty good, especially with the day of. The day of felt really good. Like a little bit before, I wasn't so great, and then after warming up for like half an hour, I felt really good.
Okay, interesting. Penny, there was some challenging moments in the series itself when it came time for you guys to execute and win the matches you needed to win. What was maybe the most challenging part of your matchup last weekend?
I mean, I definitely put a lot of time into VOD reviewing and trying to articulate what to expect to the team, but they are a tricky team, and they rarely repeat things, so it was hard to predict. I think we got lucky once on factory defense. Sorry, factory defense. We got lucky once, and we're upstairs, and we predicted that one pretty well, and I think it was like 5-0. I don't think anybody died on that, so that felt really good, really rewarding. Felt like that time spent VOD reviewing was worth it, but that was probably the only moment, and everything else was them just I talked to Crimson after the match too, and they were just kind of trying to counter us and us countering them all at the same time. It was just a
Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Ace, Proxy, did you have any moments where you were worried, the stress, anything like that?
Yeah, definitely. Before the match, I was a little shaky. I actually slammed an energy drink, so I was a little off. But yeah, we did strong. We finished strong.
Or Ace?
Yeah, I've literally just gotten off work, just ran in the house and got on. So
you had no time to get nervous, really. You were just getting thrown right into the game. Love that. Obviously you guys had some struggles, but you ended up winning. Was there any point when you were playing that you felt like you had the win sort of secured, Juice, where you felt like we're looking good now, finally?
Yeah, for ship. When we went to the second map, the way I was kind of going, and then I just started really popping off, and my accuracy was 100% right there. So I was like, we're not going to lose this. We're not going to lose this. We have this. And then we folded some rounds. We overplayed some plays, got too aggressive at some points. And if someone, like I messaged Penny, I was like, if someone would just said slow down that last round, we were in top floor. And that was a round we were going to win. And then Proxy rushed in. I was like, all right, I'm right behind you. I'm not going to leave him behind. So I rushed in right behind him. I died from someone from connector. And then Proxy dropped. And if we would have just slowed down, we actually would have came out strong there on that map. But from the beginning of how confident I was playing, I was 15-4, 15-5 or something like that. I was like, how did we just lose this?
Yeah, we had some standout shooters over the course of that weekend. I mean, what What is that? How does one player get 15 kills in the game? I mean, obviously we see it happen, but is it, is it just luck? Or is it juice? Like you obviously you're the one that did it. So is it the moment, is it just the situation that it unfolds that way, or you start to feel hot? What's the real solution there? How does that happen?
I think once before each map starts, right? Everyone's a little shaky, everyone's a little nervous. You get a few picks in here and there, it kind of builds your confidence. If you drop, it's all about the mental state. So that map, when I hit an ace on one round, I was just super confident, overplaying, overextending, and then there was not any nerves there. So I was playing really aggressive, and it was working out in our favor, of course.
Yeah.
But I think what breaks that momentum is not knowing when to slow down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, you can get carried away sometimes.
Yeah. And then you sell around, you fold, and that's what I did. I folded at the end.
Well, hey, you still came across with the W at the end of the day. You are going into the semifinals this weekend. What are your plans for this week? You got scrims all lined up, or do you have a busy schedule, Penny? What's the overall play to get ready for the weekend?
Yeah, scrims and VOD reviewing. I think what makes it a little tough is if we win, we like the next day we have 1 day to prepare for the next team. Even if we lose, actually, we are still fighting for third place then,
right.
And so you got 1 day to review. So it's kind of like, okay, how do we want to spend this time? So I think spend it on our next match and just keep doing 1 day at a time. But scrims and VOD review.
Are there any teams that you're keeping an eye out for that you're worried about at all, Juice, as you get in and get ready for the weekend? I mean, obviously you have your matchup. Oh gosh, I'm blanking on who it's up against.
Acer.
Yeah, you have Acer first. That's kind of the tall order, right? Are you even bothering to look past Acer at this point right now?
Yeah, that's our full focus. What's funny is our past 2 leagues, Acer has always been the barrier where we need to break through to get to the next game. Like the first one was VRML, we matched up to them for first place and they beat us, and then it came to BCL where we actually beat Acer to make it to get past semifinals, and luckily we've won that game, so we're able to win BCL, and then now we're in VRML. Same thing, just to make it to finals, we actually have that barrier right there again. So it's kind of like a rival, I would say.
And it's also VRML preseason. It was that
even
same exact spot, semifinals. We had Acer, and then we lost by a few rounds there, or there was like a turning point in Skyscraper or whatever. But anywho, and then we had to fight for third. So it's in a similar boat. We got to beat them at semifinals, and just like BCL, we had to beat them in semifinals to get to the finals. So it's history is repeating itself. For sure.
Yeah.
My gosh, it certainly seems to be a rivalry that you guys have unfolding in front of us, and we cannot wait to see Acer versus Eternity coming up here in the semifinals. It's going to be quite an exciting game. The best of luck to all of you guys. Any final shout outs from anyone on the cast here? Anything you want to plug, anything like that before ultimately you guys go and start playing against Acer?
We appreciate everyone. We appreciate VRML, the casting crew, the whole league in itself, providing this opportunity for us to play for. And we appreciate, money. At the end of the day, we're all playing for the money. So I think we'll win some money no matter what. So we appreciate the funds contributing to bills or outside fun,
Absolutely. Any other thoughts?
No,
perfect. All right,
I appreciate
cool.
it.
We're good.
Then we will wrap it up here. Shout out to Eternity again, and we will catch you all in the semis. Good luck.
Thank you, Nightfire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. Once again, I'm your host, Gibular Bob. With me today, I've got my co-casters, Martini and Hertaj. And we're already here for this matchup, Wicked versus Eternity for third place in North America. This is going to be an exciting match. A little bit of background information for you on this matchup. Ship is going to be the banned map. Eternity starting off on defense. Wicked will be picking the actual map that they play. And let's take a look at some data here. Looking at this, we got a previous encounter where Eternity beat Wicked 14-8. Best map for Wicked is Hideout. They played 128 rounds on it. 61% of those rounds won. Meanwhile, over on Eternity, their best map is Ship. They've played 44 rounds there, and they have the same percent as Wicked. They've won 61% of those rounds. So this should be a very interesting matchup here. Martini, we'll start with you. Your thoughts?
I'm kind of sad that they actually decided to ban Chip, because I was literally just talking about this with the casters before we went live again. It's just Chip, I think, has been getting so much attention in the playoffs, and I think it's showcasing that it's definitely a competitively viable map, especially with these teams getting very good at it. That now it's in the rotation. But the fact that they decided to ban Ship, these two teams then are really fighting on just the standard map we've been playing since preseason. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna, because those maps have been around for so long, it's really just coming down to execution details and gun skill, because everyone has played these maps countless times. It's been out since release, right? So it'll be exciting to see how these two teams really approach it and try to see if can they bring something new to these maps, or it really just gonna come down to what team's just better at that map, right?
Absolutely. Hertosh, I mean, what are your thoughts heading into this with Ship banned? How you feeling?
I think it's a bit of a surprising pick, mostly because I think that map I would argue it's a lot more neutral, even though I would say it's a little bit more attack enforcer sided. But I feel like, because in the regular season, I argue that Ship wasn't played as much. So maybe there's that reason why Ship immediately wanted out. There was the strats weren't fully in yet. It wasn't fully discovered. Then like the rest of these three maps, you have Skyscraper, Factory, and Hideout, which has been played like throughout the whole season. Like ever since this game first came out, it's been those three maps. And with Ship, because nobody wanted to learn new things, it was a lot less. It was less played in the regular season, and now heading into playoffs, now it's becoming a lot more of a more prone pick. And a lot of teams, from what it looks like, they just weren't ready, or they just haven't fully thought of any type of counter strats. Think about it. So it could make sense to see why Ship's been banned. However, I would say that maybe Skyscraper would be like a better pick, because you kind of want to get rid of that heavily revolter sided map where especially picking sides is such a important thing heading into these matches.
Absolutely. I mean, Martini, it looks like Wicked's going to be picking this first map. It's not going to be Ship. Where do you think they're going to go? I mean, Wicked, statistically speaking, Hideout's their best map. You think they're going there?
Based off of literally what you just said, my best guess is Hideout. If they want to come out of this strong, which they're gonna want to do against Eternity, try to get that first map under their belt. That way, they only need to get one more, or even that, if it's a strong win for them, really they can get one win and then the tie for one of the other ones, right? And they can still come out of this very well. I think Hideout. I think it makes most sense. They're starting on the attacking side. It's their, they play that map through and through. I think it would make sense. If I were them and I'm choosing, it would be Hideout,
Yeah, I mean, Hertaj, are you in kind of agreeing with Martini here?
I want to be that wild card, and the caster me wants to see like a very very bold pick. I kind of want to see Skyscraper first round. But no, I think we're gonna go with a more neutral map. Obviously, Martini said Hideout, which would make sense because the community decided that it was one of the most neutral maps in the game. But I kind of want to see Factory being played.
So
Really? You want to go all the way back to
you're going to
factory?
factory.
Yeah, we're going to
All
we're
these
going
new
to the old
maps
alpha
that
days.
they added, and you still want to play on the alpha.
All these-
Okay,
he's
here
got-
we go.
I'm a
the
firm
beginning.
believer of I'm a coper. I'm a very alpha based player. I still want to see factory, even though that's
And you're
been
talking
out
about
for
players who didn't
for
want to
what?
change and play the new map. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you know what I would think here? I think this is going to be Hideout. I don't think it's going to be Skyscraper because going off of previous data from this postseason, Wicked's over 2 on Skyscraper. They lost yesterday. They lost the day before. They lost the previous week there. So. Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be Hideout there because Hideout is the map that they went 7-0 on against Infinity in their set. So Hideout's a popular pick here for Wicked. It's their best map statistically speaking. It looks like we're about to get ready in this game. We're just waiting on one more from Eternity to connect. Taking a look at the Wicked roster right now. We've got Wizard Gecko, Berserk, Sleepy Penguin, Ash, and Lumi over on Eternity. Pennypacker, Juice, Proxy, N-Dog, and we had one more in there. Can't remember who we had there for now. Yeah, just waiting on that last one to connect, but then we're going to get into this, and it's going to be Hideout, as mentioned. Oh, Mindbaker, the last Eternity player to connect here. Looks like things may get started soon as we get ready to head to this first map. Again, Eternity going to be starting off on the defense. Wicked playing offense. It looks like somebody's about to start it, but then it was a joke.
I saw that too. They're like, oh.
They're so close.
I mean, we'll start. We'll get a quick prediction in here from Martini, since you're going to be playing our analyst for a little bit. I mean, defense, offense. What do you want to start here?
You know, so I've always thought about this. If you start on for Hideout, I think it's more, you know, offender oriented. If you start on the offensive side, you have to really come out swinging hard, because the idea is the second half you're not going to have as much leeway. On the opposite end is, you know, if you're defending, you just need to get 1 or 2, and then you're probably a lot safer on the attacking side. Personally, I like the idea of that second half I'm being a little safer on. So I actually would have preferred defense, knowing that in the second half we can try to come back on that attacking side, because we've seen that, right, in some of these teams where they literally just come back and roll the second half of a game, no matter how well the other team performed in the beginning. And I don't know, I believe in my team to do that. I think I don't want to call it a safer bet, but that's a bet I would rather take.
Absolutely. Hertaj, where do you want to start here?
Hot take. I'd rather you know, if I was a player, I would rather start starting as enforcers. I think just attacking on this is kind of like your best bet, more so, especially because if you look at a couple of bomb sites, such as that basement bomb site, or you know, the gym slash that weird A site that no one likes to hit, and then it's just so much like opportunity. There are so many angles that you could attack from, and it is like it's like a bubble of like strats you could use, especially on the offense compared to the defensive side. And I think it's just something that I would argue that it's something that people would like to see.
You're going to cut you off there as we are going to get ready to head into our first match of the day here for NA here on Hideout. Here we are in Hideout over on the NA third place matchup. Now, I do want to mention real quick, we do have a HyperX giveaway going on in the chat right now. Make sure you are entering that with exclamation point VRML. Quick disclaimer, it's only available to our North American fan base there right now. won't work for EU. So if you're EU, please refrain from entering that. But here we go, starting things off with Sleepy Penguin opening up that garage door. Here's Lumi with the drone, moving things into garage. Sleepy Penguin actually picking up some damage from Eternity here. Mindbaker in garage right now looking to shut down that push. It's a double frag from Infinity. Mindbaker might be caught. Ooh, not quite though. Did pick up a lot of damage. Here comes a flash from Wicked as they advance into the garage site right now. WizardGecko finds the kill on Mindbaker. Sleepy Penguin will take out Proxy. It's a 5 versus 3 and an explosive start from Wicked.
And absolutely dominant there, as now they're going to be setting up for this BXQ. We mentioned at times where, I've said it back before we got into this round start, where offense is usually your best bet, especially you get a bomb site like this. You're able to clear out this garage as well as able to clear launching. Now the only thing you have to worry about is Pennypacker that's trying to get this roam. But he has a lot to worry about as Pennypacker is going to be exchanged by Ash. As now I believe they're going to attempt this full execute onto B, as N-Dog and Juice are the only ones to defend it, as that wall is going to open. Shots exchange.
And here's a double prong from Kitchen as N-Dog will take out WizardGecko, almost going down to that Taurus from Lumi. Juice will pick up the kill on Berserk as Lumi gets that EMP planted. 3 versus 2 here as Juice pushing up, finding one, finding two, but Lumi dropping that hatch just enough time to escape, and Juice running out of ammo there at the worst time. Lumi's now downstairs. They've got to get that EMP defuse. N-Dog and Juice clutch up the round as Juice will pick up the kill on Lumi. And look at that, a great triple kill there from Juice to save Eternity in this first round, Martini.
I was really shocked. It looked like it was going away with Wicked, especially having that plan top. They had such a good entrance in through garage there, and things appeared to really be going their way. They got the plan top, but then Eternity, again, they just know what they're doing, even on the defending side, even though they were being pushed hard. I like a team that knows that even if they've lost several players in and it's looking really bad, they can still make something work out there. And that's exactly what we saw from Eternity. They're able to push back, make something happen, and really get that defuse off in the end. I mean, Wicked, they had a good idea with that hatch play. Unfortunately, they weren't ready for it, because that's the thing. You have the hatch play, it's smart, but it's still at a disadvantage, right? There's this height advantage that they're playing against. It doesn't quite work out in the person's favor if they're below. And you got to really know how to work against that. Otherwise, you might be picked off. And that's exactly what we saw there. Wicked had a good idea there. Unfortunately, the hatch didn't quite work out in their favor. It actually backfired on them in the end, right? So Eternity able to come back and really scoop things up. I don't know. They're looking good form. This is them on defense, right? I know it's literally round 1, but they're looking good already. Especially coming in with the 3 Vezin buys, or 2 Vezin buys already.
And here we head into the second round of this matchup. Wicked starting things off by, it looks like they're going to move towards Site A, that bathroom push. Here comes Mindbaker on the swing as we see a frag grenade toss. Will pick up the static field emitter, but Mindbaker will walk out of that unscathed.
Yeah, and just look, the shots being exchanged through that wall. The moment that breaching foam was trying to be sprayed, Eternity just immediately began shooting shots, and you could just see it there. As you can see, Sleepy Penguin immediately down to 48 HP, as they're going to be able to just cross this for free. Nade is going to be tossed, as I believe that was a nade, but it ends up a little bit short, but that wall is going to fall as well. Smoke toss trying to get to deny that cross. See WizardGecko, but the Molly's there to deny the entrance, as that's going to kill Lumi, and Mindbaker is able to get Sleepy as well, as the wall is still down. Smoke is up as the EMP is able to get recovered, but without the death of WizardGecko, as Proxy's able to get 2 behind the smoke. It's all down to Ash, as it doesn't matter. The 3K from Proxy just does everything for Eternity. What a performance from this team.
100%. That was a great round from Eternity. They're shutting out Wicked. There were a lot of really great plays there, Martini. I mean, we saw a triple kill. We saw an incendiary. Where do you start?
I mean, just dominant performance in general. I always say that when a team that's able to hold up 5 players against another team, yeah, they had the Vezin advantage, but usually, the other team can try to squeak out some kind of kill, but that didn't happen at all there. And we saw Eternity, as Hertaj had mentioned early on, they're getting those wall bangs off that went very well. They had lower health already for Wicked. And then on top of that, the utility. I think the utility really shut down Wicked's advance there. If it was the Molly coming out, I think the Molly might have gotten a kill or a frag or whatever, but the utility usage was so smart. They didn't overuse too much of it early on in the round. They did wait until they knew, hey, Wicked's making their push. This is the time to do it. And it was perfect timing. And again, Eternity is looking in really good form. And remember, this is Wicked's best map. They don't take him here. I don't think they're going to be able to come back within this set, to be honest.
Anything could happen as we enter round 3 of map 1 here. It's certainly off to a great start for Eternity, but Wicked, I don't know. I mean, this is their chance. They've bought into this round heavily. They bought those Vezins. They've got the utility that they needed. There's a frag prepared by Sleepy Penguin, looking to get it tossed into site A, where there's a double static field emitter set up, and frags are exchanged as Mindbaker will go bowling and find the kill on Lumi there. What a frag, and a great start by Wicked on this round. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Berserk over by Laundry right now. N-Dog waiting at the end of that hallway along with Proxy. They're just anticipating some kind of a Wicked push. Now 2 minutes left on the clock as we do see Wizard Gecko, Sleepy Penguin. Oh my goodness, Penny Packer finding Berserk in the Laundry window.
And just the absolute pick to just swing outside that front door. But we've mentioned this multiple times, that the utility usage coming in from both teams, more specifically Eternity, as that smoke there from Wizard Gecko is actually going to be able to blind some of the site. A little bit of, actually no, not a faulty nade, but the flashbang again, but Mindbaker gets a collateral as he's able to get 2 of the Wicked members. Ash is the only one left in 1v5, as it doesn't even matter. That pick won't do justice as N-Dog gets that final kill, and it is just an absolute stomp from Eternity. They've been so dominant during this map 1. It's impressive. Martini, what do you think Eternity's doing?
I remember we were talking about Wicked's choice should be Hideout, but I'm getting flashbacks that I remember Eternity is actually a very aggressive defending team. And this actually might work out in their favor for them on Hideout because of all the angles and all the things they're doing. They're really pushing forward. I don't know if you've seen, they're aggressive. They had not just one player out and playing Garage holding it down. They had 1, 2, a potentially 3 player, one, I think the third one was roaming in and out, but they had 2, 3 players holding down Garage, playing very aggressive on that defense. And that's something I always have to give credit to with Eternity when they're on the defense. Like, when you're an attacking team, you can't give them slack because they're aggressive. They know that they have the confidence there, and they keep that pressure up all the time. And that's what we're seeing a lot here. They're just keeping that pressure going, and unfortunately, Wicked's attack is crumbling against such an aggressive defense here. And now they're, 3 rounds in the pocket, and it's looking rough. It's looking really rough for Wicked on the attacking side.
Especially considering that the last round was a heavy investment from Wicked. They bought those Vezins, they bought Util, and now they're scraping. You can definitely see they picked up an RCP, and Omen, as Martini had pointed out. It's a rough start for Wicked here, especially on their selected map and their best performing map. They need to find some kind of momentum here. Still plenty of time left to do that. It is the first half after all. Berserk moving into the family room balcony will take out that proximity alarm, but rotating back outside as that gives Eternity the clue of where Wicked might push in. But look at this, Heritage. We see breaching foam on the hatch right above bedroom. Do you think oh, we're gonna see it?
They're gonna find it. They're gonna find this, but Juice is gonna push in. He's able to get 3 before he gets shut down. Wizard Gecko's able to stop that. The AP, they attempt to get that plant, but with that static fuel getting in the way, it could even do anything. Sleepy's able to find Proxy. It's down to a 3v2. Molly's there, blocking, but the smoke grenade blocking that vision. Mindbaker's able to kill Sleepy, but just look at this. They try to do this, execute. They try to 5-stack this into B site, and it just doesn't work out. That static field stopped them. It's all down to Wizard Gecko into a 1v3.
And it's a heartbreaking play there from Wicked. Excuse me, as Penny Packer will find that kill on Wizard Gecko, closing this round out 4-0. Penny Packer salvaging one of those trip mines to save at least a little bit of money for Eternity. Very wise use of economy there. Break that down for us, Martini. I mean, do you think they kind of went in anticipating to lose that?
I think we saw a very risky play in general, right? I keep saying this. I hate jump hatch plays, to me, it's got to be very done in a very specific way. Otherwise, you're gonna get shot down, and that's what we saw there. Like, I think it was a 3-piece right in that corner there from someone holding it down, and I think the biggest differentiator right now, besides just gun skill and general strategies, is really Eternity's also their utility usage. You saw there, I know it's such an easy, it's just such a simple thing to overlook, but something as simple as that static literally shut down Wicked and didn't allow them to run in, because if they hadn't had that static, they would have had the speed to potentially go in and really fan out and allow them to push that site with such a blitz play, right? But that, unfortunately, that's not working out in Eternity. They're not a team that you can just run random strategies against. You got to really know what you're doing, and I think that's what's happening right now. Wicked's strategy is not quite working against how Eternity is doing their defense.
100%. And yeah, I mean, we see Berserk, Wizard Gecko up on the roof right now along with Ash. I don't know, it just seems like we're seeing a bit of indecision in their playstyle. As Martini pointed out, their strategies haven't been 100% on point, but they do have another rifle round here. Wizard Gecko buying again the util for the team and investing in that RCP. But here we go. Eternity downstairs. Sites are going to be kitchen and dining room. We see Wicked just kind of fanning out upstairs, looking for any kind of Eternity push. 2 minutes 10 left on the clock right now. They're waiting for some kind of a roamer, and Ash actually finds Proxy, who was going over on the big stairs right now. Looks like that's the only kill Eternity are planning on feeding Wicked, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to punish this roaming, but now they have to make this execute onto the bomb sites. They're able to get some of these hatches open, but they're going to be running it. See Wizard Gecko trying to push out towards this lobby area, but they're going to run to Penny Packer. They try to extend this as Juice in that living room, able to find Wizard Gecko. It's down to a fully neutral game, down to a 4-4, but hey, that proximity alarm is still there. So now the Eternity knows where the rest of that of Wicked's at, and now they're just able to fully set up for this.
Berserk looking for some shots and will find the kill on Juice, but will be immediately refragged by Pennypacker, who's hungry and finds a second. Looking for a third, but Lumi goes down to Endog for the who picks up a second incendiary kill of the match here. Absolutely brutal from Eternity right now. We see Ash upstairs cloaked with that Vezin. A minute left on the clock right now, and Wicked are in trouble with this round. EMP is still down in the hallway over there. 45 seconds left. I mean, it's a 1 versus 3. Do you save here?
I think you have to go for the save. Your team's under 200 credits, so you're going to be the only player with a fully kitted Vezin. And I think especially because we're going to be heading into that final round where there's just no option to go for a save or maybe force an eco. So yeah, your only option is to take this round loss, and you're going to have to do a force buy. And it's going to be rough. They're only going to have one Vezin compared to multiple RCPs. I'm not sure if that loss bonus is going to help them, but they were able to take out 2 players, but I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Absolutely. I mean, Martini, let's get your thoughts on that round. What are you thinking about this Wicked gameplay right now?
It's looking rough. I'm gonna be honest. It's looking like not that rehearsed. I hate to really give a top tier team that kind of feedback, but there's just so many times I think it was like in these weird one-on-one situations for Wicked versus Eternity. I think that was one of the comments someone had mentioned before about Eternity, that if one of their players goes down, they tend to have so much crossfire that someone's around the corner, and I'm not seeing Wicked having that kind of attention to detail. When they're getting these picks, like even if they get 1 or 2 picks, they're not waiting for another person around the corner. They're expecting, oh, I got a pick, I'm good. But really, that should only happen when they have one of the roamers, and that's even a maybe, because we've seen time and time again, Eternity, they're having 5 other players playing very close to site on hideout here, and usually a lot of cross angles. And Wicked, I think that's exactly what happened. That's what really started the kind of downfall there. Is just like this one player was a Penny Packer, literally came out swinging, got a 2-piece back-to-back, and it cut down Wicked before they can really get their attack started. And I don't know, they're just tearing them apart on this defense. It's crazy to watch.
Certainly has been a crazy matchup so far. Wicked are doing the best they can right now, but Eternity had a very, very strong response to it. We see Pennypacker Juice over in the Death Hallway right now, as it looks like it might be a push onto Site B. Sleepy Penguin, Wizard Gecko trying to bait out any kind of fire they can from the end of the Death Hallway, as we see some beautiful shot placement from Eternity, actually picking up a bit of damage on Ash right now. We do see a drone on the way from Eternity, or excuse me, from Wicked, but 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. Wicked, Pennypacker finding Wizard Gecko with a frag at the end of the Death Hallway.
Yeah, I'm surprised that fully connected, as now they're down a player. They still can't even make their way into bedroom or any of these long hallways. They're still stuck. See the exchange coming in from Juice. The pre-fires are still there. I believe that's a mullet, so that's able to clear out Juice for a tiny while, but the smoke's gonna come up and deny that vision. Proximity alarm on the bedroom is gonna tell something else, as Juice is able to get Sleepy through that wall. They still get that pre-check film, but they're not fully set up for this execute.
Proxy will take out another kill on Wicked, finds Lumi through the wall. And look at this shot placement that we're seeing from Eternity. They know that Wicked are pushing that room. They're going in for it, as we see a frag will tag Juice, letting Wicked know that somebody is over there. But they probably already knew. Berserk will take out Juice, makes it away, but Pennypacker refragging Ash instead of Berserk. Oh, it's a bad frag for Berserk, and it's now a 1 versus 4. But Pennypacker will find Berserk with a beautiful frag. And look at this martini. It's a first half lockout from Eternity on
defense. On defense. Like, think about that. That's how well Eternity is playing against Wicked right now. They just locked out on defense. And this is similar to what we were talking about, I think, yesterday, where we almost saw a team lock out on Skyscraper on the attacking side. And this is, again, that's how dominant Eternity plays, and this is how aggressive their defense is. Like, it showcases that you just can't let up. And, you know, credit to Pennypacker. I don't know if you noticed that. I think it was one, maybe a two different, it was separate times, but a two-piece from 2 different frags down that long hallway. Just beautiful execution. I keep saying this, like, Eternity's utility, their usage of the utility and the execution is just beautiful, because I'm like, wow, like how else can you send it down a hallway, and it's like chef's kiss right there. But a lot of credit. It's like they're cutting out Wicked at their knees before they can even really get to sight. Because I don't think I've seen Wicked get to a solid sight push yet. Eternity has literally killed them before they even had that kind of attack. So that's how dominant their defense was here.
Well, now we're switching things up. We could see Wicked potentially draw this on the defense. They can no longer win it, but even this pistol round is going to be close, as Wicked, if they lose this, they're going to lose this first map entirely. Sleepy Penguin doesn't see the frag. Berserk will take out Proxy. Sleepy Penguin dropping Mindbaker, but Berserk will be refragged by Juice, as Eternity trying to push into Garage here. EMP is just down inside. 3 versus 4 with Wicked currently in the numbers advantage.
Yeah, really strong defense. They were just able to deny this entry that Eternity attempted to try and hit Garage, even though there was an early flashbang that was blinding both players. They were still able to hold their ground, and now I believe they have I'm not sure they realized they have full EMP control. And if you look at where it's currently positioned, it is very hard to attempt and retrieve that.
It's a tough spot for sure, and this is not a round Eternity would really want to lose. Pistol rounds, they give the opportunity to buy that round to Vezin, and honestly, Eternity don't want to lose this, but they are down in a player right now. We see a drone moving into Garage. I don't think it's caught Sleepy Penguin, who's now rotating, looking for a pick on Juice, but Juice finds it instead. And it's now a 3 versus 3, so this is looking a lot more doable for Eternity. They could push in right now and grab that EMP.
And now they're just able to retrieve that. They don't have any more defenders holding Garage. But Juice is actually going to be swinging this, and immediately gets down to 24 HP. As now Endow's going to be able to retrieve that EMP, but at the cost of his health. As now you have 2 players on Eternity that are under that one tap range, and you have Pennypacker remaining at that 100%. But Pennypacker is on that flank, but there is no proper utility there, as both teams are going to be fighting with only just their guns. They're going to dry peek everything. Now, as they're able to get a little bit of breaching foam and maybe open up some of these walls, but Pennypacker has to make this call and has to get this timing right if he wants to be able to get a roam pick.
And here comes the breaching foam on that kitchen wall. Wizard Gecko just waiting in the back. Pennypacker will take out Wizard Gecko, but look at this. Lumi on the flank through the foyer. May find N-Dog, will find N-Dog as Ash picks up Juice. And it's now just down to Eternity's IGL. Pennypacker, 10 seconds left on the clock right now as Pennypacker is forced to make a move here. Doesn't have the EMP. 5 seconds left. Has to find 2 kills, but Pennypacker, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, and it just didn't work out for Eternity. It was very, very close. But Pennypacker will walk out of that with some breaching foam and a spectral. Martini, what are your thoughts on that round? It was a good start from Eternity, but
I had so many complaints about Wicked and how they would handle things, but they came out swinging. I'll give them that, but I'll say they barely got through by the skin of their teeth because the fact that Pennypacker had such a good attack on that back end showcases that Wicked they kind of lucked out. What if Pennypacker had a Vezin in hand? That would have been a beautiful backstab from them, and it might have turned out very differently. But this is pistol round, so things don't quite go the same way as you expect. But Wicked, credit to them. They're not giving up. They know this is it. This is it, or the set for them is gonna be looking really rough. And I'm hoping we go to map 3. I love seeing.
I got a question for you, Martini.
What's up?
Do you think if Penny held that trigger, do you think we could have seen the 7-0?
Honestly, yeah. I think that because they unfortunately went a little too early and weren't able to finish off the kill, and that allowed them to take a little bit of damage, which made Pennypacker probably a little bit more hesitant about making that second push, and it didn't quite work on the stage. But yes, anyways, the upcoming round's coming up, so we'll talk about it later.
Bot Nelson is N-Dog disconnecting for Eternity. May be picked up by that frag. Oh, would be picked up by the RCP from Sleepy Penguin. A frag tossed way across the family room by Eternity. Won't find those trip mines, will find those trip mines, but won't damage any of those Wicked players. Sleepy Penguin actually picking up some damage as it's a 4 versus 5. That disconnect, not good for Eternity right now. Wizard Gecko just kind of holding the flank for Eternity, looking to push out. Berserk will take out Pennypackers. It looks like Proxy and Wizard Gecko about to get into a battle, but here's the main push coming into bathroom right now. Sleepy Penguin will find some damage on Juice's. Berserk watching the cross angle, finding Mindbaker. No, Lumi will take out Sleepy Penguin with some friendly fire there. That is not what they wanted to have happen. Wizard Gecko going down to Juice as Juice and Proxy switching things up, heading site B. They're trapped in there right now. Proxy pushing up, Juice pushing up, but will be refragged by Lumi to give Wicked their second round of this second half. And Martini, wow, that was an incredible push there.
It was a good attempt, I think, by Eternity to really scrape things together. But it's crazy. I almost would argue now, looking at these two teams, that maybe Hideout's actually a defender-oriented map, or maybe I think Hertosh might have mentioned it earlier. This might be a more neutral map, depending on the teams, and that's what we're seeing here. These teams are actually doing better, apparently, on the defensive side than the attacking side, and maybe because their defense is so aggressive. These defenses are a little bit more aggressive than I'm used to seeing in the league, and it's actually paying out very well for them as they've been holding down on the defensive end. I know there's the bot for Eternity, so this is really the moment for Wicked to just kind of keep the pressure up because they know they got that bot on the other end. They got to get a couple more rounds in the pocket, and if I'm on Eternity's comms right now, I'm yelling, where's our bench warmer? Where's our person to come in? Because this is literally the last game you would want to play a 4v5, when you're playing in the playoffs, right?
Absolutely. No, they don't have another sub in yet. N-Dog has not reconnected. They don't have another Eternity player reconnecting in that spot. They're just playing an essential 4 versus 5 as Lumi will pick up Bot Nelson right off the bat of the round. Pennypacker heading over around bathroom right now. It's not the best start for Eternity on the round here.
Yeah, and it is just rough. They're down 4-5, and they haven't even made any like overall attempts to try and get inside the main building. As from what it looks like, they're kind of wrapping around this piano room, and they're gonna have to think of some type of strat. Maybe they're able to, hopefully that. I think Eternity are expecting Wicked to maybe get a little bit aggressive and try and find one overall pick, as Proxy's gonna be pushing in into living room. As actually able to concede some of this now, able to watch some of these main angles, but they have to be a little bit more wary about that door blocker, because as anyone on Wicked could just swing that and potentially find a single pick. But overall, we could just see the overall hesitant from Eternity, as that's gonna suck. The proximity alarm inside a garage is gonna alert some of the members of Wicked. And you see some shots being exchanged through that garage wall. Now, as you see, there is just so much time that Eternity have wasted, as Ash is just able to find Juice, as it's down to a 3v5.
Proxy heading back over in the living room right now, and Wicked not giving an inch of this hideout to Eternity. Proxy's just looking for a kill, but it's a 3 versus 5. Almost no damage has been done at all to Wicked. Scratch that. Some damage has been done to Wicked, as Proxy will find a beautiful kill on Lumi there, looking to move in and recover a Vezin. Not without picking up some damage, though, from Sleepy Penguin, who's just covering that pantry or connector, whatever you want to call it. 50 seconds on the clock right now. Where's Pennypacker? Mindbreaker's all the way up on the roof. Proxy picking up some damage from a frag. There's Pennypacker over by the foyer right now. 4 versus 3 with half a minute left on the clock. Now, Wicked are not too far into site A. Okay, now they're moving back into the site. So it's going to be a tough push from Eternity. Now, Wizard Gecko over right by the door, dropping a frag at the perfect time. Almost catching Proxy, but catching Mindbreaker, who dropped at the wrong time. 15 seconds left on the clock. A move has to be made here. Wizard Gecko will find the kill on Proxy. Pennypacker dropping Ash, as Ash refrags Pennypacker. Mindbreaker dropping an incredible double kill. Has to push for Ash, but Ash is all the way over in your garage. And there's not enough time to defuse that bomb or pursue the last kill. Heartbreak for Eternity.
Oh my goodness. If they just didn't stall, I think they would have maybe won that round. Maybe Mindbreaker would have had that clutch, but I think before they wasted, they spent time. They spent a lot of time.
We might be going to a 6-6, especially with that bot. I don't know what is. I don't know what Eternity's doing right now. That bot this is now what, going on 3 full rounds, I believe. Without another player in. Wicked at this point, they are just eating up this economy, trying to stay in and win this one out, because they want to force this to a 6-6, because at this point they can't win it. They gotta come out of this with the tie, and really it's gonna depend on then maps 2 and 3 on how they hold up against Eternity. And I'm wondering, they might just be totally out of play right now. They might have to go into a break during that halftime. We'll have to see though. But Wicked actually playing, I think, very pretty smart on their defensive side. We haven't seen them overextend, even knowing that the bot's in hand here, and that's smart gameplay from them.
Yeah, to Martini's point earlier, it looks like a completely different team that we're seeing from Wicked here on this defensive half. Sleepy Penguin taking out bot Nelson again. Yeah, they don't have a replacement for this bot yet. It's been quite a few rounds, and this is coming back to really hurt Eternity. They only need 1 round to win it. And this, it's just not working out for them right now. Quick reminder, you can use !VRML to enter the giveaway, the Cloud Core giveaway that we currently have going on right now. Reminder that this is an NA only giveaway. If you are EU, you cannot enter. Lumi picking up a nice kill on Juice to open things up on this round. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock as Eternity already lost 2 players before they've even started their push for this round.
Yeah, you could just see it's kind of the same thing happening to Eternity back during that first half when Wicked was a little bit indecisive on their push. But now you can see the progress coming in from Eternity as Proxy's able to find Wizard Gecko. Nade's gonna be tossed. Penny Packer's able to find one with the nade as Luby falls as well. We could see this end here. Nade is gonna be tossed by Sleepy Penguin, but it's gonna end up a little bit short. A peek coming in, but Mindmaker's able to take down Sleepy as it's all down to Berserk in a 1v3 wall down. Berserk is able to take down Penny Packer, but Berserker has to kill 2 more players to keep Wicked in this. EMP is down as well, so there is a little bit of an advantage for Berserk, but look at the overall time and look at the advantage that Eternity have as Proxy's able to take down Berserk. And even with a player down, they're able to take this map 1 on the hideout, as it's one more map for Eternity to take 3rd place. And wow, they are just able to flip this round.
What an unbelievable ending to that, Martini. I mean, we saw Eternity, and this is the thing. I mean, this is why you put in some work in the first half. You get at least 1 or 2 rounds, because if you know, they had that padding that they needed, we could be seeing a very different result to this map right now.
I mean, yeah, all they had to do was win 1 accidental round, and I ain't gonna lie, I think that's exactly what we saw there. Wicked really messed that up. Dare I say? No, I'm not gonna say throw. But the thing is, they had 1 bot. They got 2. They had a 2-person difference. They had the clear advantage there, and things still didn't work out in their favor. And I know still Hideout's still an attacker-oriented map, but I mean, having a huge, big difference like that, and things still didn't work out in your favor. I gotta say, Wicked might need to be going back to the drawing board here, because right now they're just not holding up against Eternity. And this is the reason why I chose Eternity against Wicked. Eternity is just a very consistently good team. And Wicked, they've been able to fight their way all the way up to this. But I think it's really because some of these teams have been having some of these mistakes. And then they've been able to capitalize on those mistakes. But Eternity, from what I've seen, is just a team that doesn't have the same amount of mistakes as some of these other teams do, right?
Absolutely, and it looks like Eternity are going to call a timeout right now, 10 minutes before we come back. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly. And I mean, this is not going to be a map to miss. Eternity off to a great start, 7-3 over Wicked. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome, everybody, to the VRML. If you are tuning in here, then we are into the semifinals, or just about to get into the semifinals, and we appreciate everybody stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. I am joined today by Team Eternity, the full squad, the full roster. We've got them all here on cam, hanging out and getting ready for the semifinals matchup. It's technically Tuesday, if you really want to know, so they still have some practice left ahead of them. We'll be asking them a couple of questions, but I want to start with introductions. First, we'll start with you, Fly. How are you feeling today?
I mean, pretty good. I like the outcome of the last game. I'm hoping we can keep that up going into Acer, even though it's going to be, I think, significantly more challenging.
All right. Juice, how are you doing?
Piggyback off what Fly said. I'm feeling pretty good. Anxious, ready to see what Saturday comes and what it brings, and hopefully we can stay strong and bring another W.
Fine Baker, how are you doing today?
All right, feeling all right. Gonna be starting to get in some BMMs later after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Penny Packer leading the squad through some practices today, tomorrow, this week. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Definitely got our schedule all filled up, and excited for this weekend.
Love to hear it. Proxy, how about you?
Feeling really confident. Past few days. Pretty confident.
Yeah, I imagine so. Coming off of a solid win. Ace, last but not least, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm grinding. I'm ready. Playing lots of ranked.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions about the matchup that you had just the other day, just a few days ago. Well, it's fresh in your mind still, and we'll start with you, Juice. How were you feeling at the start of that day, just before going into your matchup? What was sort of your mindset like?
Yeah, no, so I was confident all day. Typically, I would feel a little nervous, because you don't know what to expect. And of course, you have Penny doing the VOD watching and the studying for us and letting us know what to expect, what we need to do. So right when we're about to start the game or getting the lobby up and everything, I was confident, a little nervous, but at the same time, I didn't know what to expect. So I was like, we got this, we got this. A couple of us were pretty nervous. I was like, no worries, no worries. And then when the game progressed inside the game, I was like, all right, we gotta lock in. There's a lot of things happening right now. A couple things folded, but we held on, we held strong. But yeah, before the match, I was confident.
Okay, interesting. Fly, how are you feeling that practicing, warming up, getting ready for the start of that series?
I felt pretty good, especially with the day of. The day of felt really good. Like a little bit before, I wasn't so great, and then after warming up for like half an hour, I felt really good.
Okay, interesting. Penny, there was some challenging moments in the series itself when it came time for you guys to execute and win the matches you needed to win. What was maybe the most challenging part of your matchup last weekend?
I mean, I definitely put a lot of time into VOD reviewing and trying to articulate what to expect to the team, but they are a tricky team, and they rarely repeat things, so it was hard to predict. I think we got lucky once on factory defense. Sorry, factory defense. We got lucky once, and we're upstairs, and we predicted that one pretty well, and I think it was like 5-0. I don't think anybody
Yeah.
died on that, so that felt really good, really rewarding. Felt like that time spent VOD reviewing was worth it, but that was probably the only moment, and everything else was them just I talked to Crimson after the match too, and they were just kind of trying to counter us and us countering them all at the same time. It was just a
Anyone else want to weigh in on that? Ace, Proxy, did you have any moments where you were worried, the stress, anything like that?
Yeah, definitely. Before the match, I was a little shaky. I actually slammed an energy drink, so I was a little off. But yeah, we did strong. We finished strong.
Or Ace?
Yeah, I've literally just gotten off work, just ran in the house and got on. So
You had no time to get nervous, really. You were just getting thrown right into the game. Love that. Obviously you guys had some struggles, but you ended up winning. Was there any point when you were playing that you felt like you had the win sort of secured, Juice, where you felt like we're looking good now, finally?
Yeah, for ship. When we went to the second map, the way I was kind of going, and then I just started really popping off, and my accuracy was 100% right there. So I was like, we're not going to lose this. We're not going to lose this. We have this. And then we folded some rounds. We overplayed some plays, got too aggressive at some points. And if someone, like I messaged Penny, I was like, if someone would just said slow down that last round, we were in top floor. And that was the round we were going to win. And then Proxy rushed in. I was like, all right, I'm right behind you. I'm not going to leave him behind. So I rushed in right behind him. I died from somewhere from connector. And then Proxy dropped. And if we would have just slowed down, we actually would have came out strong there on that map. But from the beginning of how confident I was playing, I was 15-4, 15-5 or something like that. I was like, how did we just lose this?
Yeah, we had some standout shooters over the course of that weekend. I mean, what is that? How does one player get 15 kills in the game? I mean, obviously we see it happen, but is it just luck? Or is it juice? Like obviously you're the one that did it. So is it the moment, is it just the situation that it unfolds that way, or you start to feel hot? What's the real solution there? How does that happen?
I think once before each map starts, right? Everyone's a little shaky, everyone's a little nervous. You get a few picks in here and there, it kind of builds your confidence. If you drop, it's all about the mental state. So that map, when I hit an ace on one round, I was just super confident, overplaying, overextending, and then there was not any nerves there. So I was playing really aggressive, and it was working out in our favor, of course.
Yeah.
But I think what breaks that momentum is not knowing when to slow down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, you can get carried away sometimes.
Yeah. And then you sell around, you fold, and that's what I did. I felt it at the end.
Well, hey, you still came across with the W at the end of the day. You are going into the semifinals this weekend. What are your plans for this week? You have scrims all lined up, or do you have a busy schedule, Penny? What's the overall play to get ready for the weekend?
Yeah, scrims and VOD reviewing. I think what makes it a little tough is if we win, the next day we have one day to prepare for the next team. Even if we lose, actually, we are
For
still
third
fighting for
place.
third place then,
Right.
and so you got 1 day to review. So it's kind of like, okay, how do we want to spend this time? So I think spend it on our next match and just keep doing 1 day at a time. But scrims and VOD review.
Are there any teams that you're keeping an eye out for that you're worried about at all, Juice, as you get in and get ready for the weekend? I mean, obviously you have your matchup. Oh gosh, I'm blanking on who it's up against.
Acer.
Acer, yeah, you have Acer first. That's kind of the tall order, right? Are you even bothering to look past Acer at this point right now?
Yeah, that's our full focus. What's funny is our past 2 leagues, Acer has always been the barrier where we need to break through to get to the next game. Like the first one was VRL, we matched up to them for first place and they beat us, and then it came to BCL where we had actually beat Acer to make it to get past semifinals, and luckily we've won that game, so we're able to win BCL, and then now we're in VRML. Same thing, just to make it to finals, we actually have that barrier right there again. So it's kind of like a rival, I would say.
And it's also VRML preseason. It was that
even
same exact spot, semifinals. We had Acer, and then we lost by a few rounds there, or there was like a turning point in Skyscraper or whatever. But anywho, and then we had to fight for third. So it's in a similar boat. We got to beat them at semifinals, and just like BCL, we had to beat them in semifinals to get to the finals. So it's history is repeating itself for sure.
Yeah.
My gosh, it certainly seems to be a rivalry that you guys have unfolding in front of us, and we cannot wait to see Acer versus Eternity coming up here in the semifinals. It's going to be quite an exciting game. The best of luck to all of you guys. Any final shout outs from anyone on the cast here? Anything you want to plug? Anything like that before ultimately you guys go and start playing against Acer?
More of a, we appreciate everyone. We appreciate VRML, the casting crew, the whole league in itself, providing this opportunity for us to play for. And we appreciate, money. At the end of the day, we're all playing for the money. So I think we'll win some money no matter what. So we appreciate the funds contributing to bills or outside fun,
Absolutely. Any other thoughts?
No,
Perfect. All right,
I appreciate
cool.
it.
We're good.
Then we will wrap it up here. Shout out to Eternity again, and we will catch you all in the semis. Good luck.
Thank you, Nightfire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. Once again, I'm Gibular Bob, joined by Martini and Hertage. If you're just joining us, first map did go in favor of Wicked. Sorry, let me switch over to this scene.
Wait.
No. We're still here. We're still here. But
you gotta flip
yeah, but 3-7 had us on the wrong scene, so you couldn't see the scoreboard. Now, we are currently still waiting on one from Eternity. I'm unsure whether they will even have a fifth playing this map. But it looks like we are going to start it and head to our next map, which is going to be Factory. So Martini, Factory is going to be played 4 versus 5. Eternity don't have a fifth yet. Walk us through
we
that.
saw this happen. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
We saw this happen in the previous game where I was complaining about, their player count, but it's kind of, Nightfire has mentioned this so many times. Like, this is why you have a deep roster. I mean, why have 7 players If you can't even fill them all, especially for a third place matchup. Here's the thing: if Eternity loses this one, they literally tossed up getting any cash prizes, any of that stuff. They still get this gun skin, yeah, but they literally miss out on some of these prizes because they don't have some of the sub in for this game. I mean, we'll see how it goes, but Wicked, they did start holding up their own, but I mean, they did end up losing, so maybe Eternity's banking on that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, keep in mind that they only what? What?
No, this is content.
What are they doing? I'm not sure what we're watching here, guys. I don't know what is happening. They're currently hunting down bot Daniel, which Berserk will find, but what on earth were they doing? Okay, it looks like all right, we're getting back into the action now. They're trying to push. I'm sorry, that completely threw off what I was expecting. I have no idea what that was, but it looks like we're back into the action over here. As I was saying, I mean, don't forget that Eternity were able to beat Wicked, but that was already, I mean, that was a 6-0 situation already. So, I mean, yeah, this will be an interesting matchup for sure. We see Proxy opening up the orange stairs. Here comes the drone from Pennypacker, just patrolling the area, looking for, you know, an area for the teammates to push here. Looks like they're getting ready to play the kitchen hatch.
You can see a bit of setup coming in towards that kitchen hatch. Now you have players as Juice and Proxy as well, and they're able to get some at this top area. They're able to seize it, but I think Berserk is on that roam area. As now 120 on that clock. Now I think Lumi does get a ping saying that there are going to be a couple of players, but with Proxy having that only breaching foam, it's going to be able to set up for this main orange stair side. Now that's going to go out. Shots are going to be exchanged through that wall. They're going to have to get this EMP up with only 1 minute left on that clock, as Pennypacker is able to find Sleepy with that nade, but Ash is behind that A bomb, as the flashbang is not going to hit anyone. So nade toss as well, able to clear out Plant, able to knock down Proxy to half health. Ash with only a slitter of HP is able to take down Juice, as Gecko's able to find another one. It's down to a 4v2. Lumi and Proxy are a little bit of a gun duel, as Mindbaker falls to Berserk, as Gecko gets that final kill, as Wicked are able to get that first round of Factory. Well, maybe this is their redemption arc from last round.
Yeah, that was certainly an interesting start, Martini. Why don't you break that down for us?
I ain't gonna lie, I thought they were throwing the game. So I thought they were literally throwing the game, and then they were just calling it, and then they returned back to normal. That was the most confusing part.
I think they wanted to just get rid of that bot.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just let it run in? Wouldn't you just let the bot run in? So I don't know what's going on. The teams are definitely doing some funkiness here, but we'll have to see how it goes for the rest of the cast. But anyways, Wicked finally coming out of this, but I don't know what to say. I mean, a 4v5. I'm definitely expecting this to swing in Wicked's favor, especially with them on the defense. At this point, you know, showcases why you need that deep roster. Showcases, you know, I know there's some drama apparently around players and all that stuff that happened, but the idea is, you know, we're in the third place matchup. You got to be able to fill out this roster. Otherwise, you have a match like this where it's just you're going against some just terrible odds as you're going against a team on defense. Anyways,
to play so well in the the previous match, and then to lose this one and potentially the whole series because they can't fill that 5th spot would be absolute heartbreak for Eternity. But we'll see what happens. I mean, they're certainly out of, they're not out of this by any means necessary. We did see they took out bot Daniel to just kind of, I guess, to loot the omen that Daniel bought. Bots like to spend their money, so spend their money in interesting ways, I should say. They'd buy a Marui, and the only thing they'd attach to it is a laser sight. So, I mean, there's certainly some interesting plays you get with a bot. Juice looking for Sleepy Penguin. Ash with a beautiful frag there is dropping a second, as Pennypacker will find a frag of their own onto Berserk.
Yeah, now it's down to a 2v4. I mean, what did Daniel ever do to you? What did Daniel ever do to you, Juice? You didn't have to team kill him. It's just a lonely bot. It's just a lonely bot. Daniel never did anything. But 4v2 has the EMP is way out of Eternity's grasp, and it is just rough for them. You know, especially against a 4v5. Especially because the side of Wicked are playing with 2 Vezin, so yeah, I think the better option is just maybe let Wicked get a little bit aggressive and potentially get one pick, get an econ boost, and just simply get out of there.
Yeah, and here we go. Mindbaker, Pennypacker. It looks like it. I mean, it could be a salvage, but honestly, Martini, is there really a point to doing that?
No, I mean, you're coming into the second round. You know there's some Vezins on the other side. It's a 2v4 situation, which here's the thing, though. I would normally discount, but didn't we literally just see Eternity win a, like, 3v5 situation? So I know we're talking about all these odds and what should be going on, but I think Eternity, I'm going to be honest, I think they can win this one. We saw how well they played again. I'm sorry, I sound like an Eternity fanboy right now, saying that they can win with a bot on their team in the third place matchup. But we saw that exactly happen.
I think it's just copium. I think this is cope.
I'm sorry. I guess in this matchup, I'm sorry I sound like an Eternity fanboy, but we saw them perform so well, and it kind of sucks that maybe they kind of gave up, you know, knowing that they're going to be a 4v5 on this upcoming map. But here's the thing: Eternity's got that map in the pocket. They can still win the set. They just need to win one more map.
I mean, they could win this set right now, but they've got an Omen, a Taurus, and 2 Vezins to go up against, and they've got a Jesper and a Spectral. So, yeah, and time just expires on the round, but oh my goodness, no way, Pennypacker actually found a kill on Ash, went for a Vezin, but it didn't quite happen. Mindbaker looking for one now. Sleepy Penguin is going to shut that down, as it's a 2-0 game heading to Wicked. Yeah, an interesting set of rounds we've had so far. Eternity definitely put in a lot of work when they moved to their defensive half in the previous map. I wonder if we're going to see, I mean, if they can replicate that here. Now, of course, they are. I mean, they're missing. They're still missing that 5th. So no matter what situation, Heritage, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. I am being informed that Ace is supposed to be in, but assuming if he's probably barking at squirrels again. But
okay.
Don't ask about that, inside joke. But yeah, hopefully. But anyways, yeah, 4v5. Hopefully they're able to just get their 5th in time, before, you know, that second half. Otherwise, it is gonna get ugly really, really quick.
They're just hemorrhaging that extra 5th player right now, and it's really, really hurting them because they can't meet Wicked 1-1 with the Forest bot Daniel moving in. And that's the thing. I mean, bots spend money, so they're kind of just transporting free loot over to the defenders, which is creating problems for Eternity. They're just giving Wicked free stuff right now. I mean, they already have 5 Vezins, so they don't really need a Cadillo. But yeah, it's, again, not having that 5th creates a lot of problems. Now, taking a look at the push here, we do see Proxy up in, I think this is Ballistics. Not sure of the exact name of this room right now, but it looks like, I mean, we see Juice moving through Generator. They could try this hatch play into Control Room, but so far, it looks like Eternity are playing this pretty safely. I mean, they're not, they're not playing this way too aggressively. They're looking for some picks right now. The question is, will Wicked give them the picks that they need to progress their push?
Yeah, they gotta find one single pick, even, you know, especially with that player disadvantage. Even though they still have, you know, these star names that could properly shoot. And all they gotta do is maybe just find a single pick. Maybe they need to force Wicked to potentially make one mistake. As you can see, Pennypacker trying to make some progress, as Pennypacker does have a drum. So they're able to make some push. But look how far they are. Ash actually takes a couple of bits of damage, just down to 15 HP. But, you know, look trying to look through that hatch. Or actually, no, it's from the roof through that connectors. Mindbaker is actually able to find that pick. Now it's fully even 4-4, but they're able to spend time as Juice is also able to find a pick as well on that roof, but Sleepy's not able there to get that refrag. That roam play is still in effect as Proxy's gonna drop through. Shots exchange. Lumi is unable to get that kill. So drone in, Juice able to take that Lumi, but Sleepy is on that flank. He's able to get that pick inside of lockers, but now Eternity are going to commit. They're able to find Berserk, and it's all down to Sleepy in a 1v3. Penny Packers is going to be able to start that EMP, so now it's in a 1v3 post-blind situation for Sleepy. Now that retake is going to be near impossible.
It's a good start for Eternity. We were taking a look. Sleepy Penguin, Wizard Gecko both went upstairs on the flank, looking to find a potential roaming pick on Eternity, but Juice intercepted one, rotated back through, and dropped the hatch. So Sleepy Penguin, looked like Sleepy was going to go for a flank, but it didn't work out in the end there. The rest of Wicked did go down, so Sleepy, interestingly enough, is going to go for a salvage play, saving the Vezin, saving the 2 heals. I think in this case it would probably be the right call, Martini.
I mean, double syringe, you got a Vezin in hand. Like, you can't get more stock than that. You know what I mean? You really can't get more stock than that. You're saving 900, like 450 plus the 2,900. You're looking good, right? And looking at Wicked's economy right now, they'll be good going into this upcoming round. Probably still able to buy Vezins out. And this is what I'm talking about. I don't know if this is apparently some script that I'm not aware of right now, but look, Eternity.
I think I forgot
some
to
kind
give
of
you the
win
script.
from here. I'm just saying. I'm saying, Hertage. Like, I know I sound like an Eternity fanboy, but look, they literally won. Even being down the bot, even being down the economy, right?
It's okay.
No, that's just my opinion.
It's okay, Martini.
I
you
swear,
like Eternity.
I swear. Dude, I swear it's copium. I swear.
Look. If Eternity wins this one, well, never mind. If Wicked wins this one, I'll drop $20 again in the chat for everyone. Mark my words. I'll do it.
$20.
Right.
$20. That Wicked win.
Wicked wins. You'll see my name right there in the chat. Dropping $20 on YouTube, and it'll be.
I'll match you. $20 if Eternity wins. Okay.
Okay.
$20.
All right.
You got yourself a deal. You got yourself a deal.
All right. Well, interestingly enough, we're supposed to remain unbiased, but we've got a Wicked fan and an Eternity fan in the caster desk. So I'll just be in the middle here as we get into this round. Reminder: you can hit exclamation point VRML to enter into that HyperX Cloud Core giveaway in the chat right now. It's still going on. Make sure you are NA though. It is an NA only giveaway. As we see an entry, or excuse me, a barricade broken by Eternity. We're starting off round 4 here on map 2. If you're just joining us, first map, 3-7 went to Eternity as the ace has connected for Eternity, completing that Eternity roster. It's now a 5 versus 5 once again, and a free pick from a free pick is no longer going to make its way to Wicked. They now have to work for all 5 of those kills. We see a drone moving in through storage where the hatch was blown up. Pennypackers looking for those drones. If they go down early, that's preventing a lot of that information from Eternity, but maybe that drone got just enough as it's a full send, but they weren't watching for Berserk, who cleans up 3, will be refragged by Juice, the Sleepy Penguin, finding Mindbaker. It's now just down to Juice, who will take out Lumi, looking for a second kill, maybe on Sleepy Penguin. It might happen, it might not. We see a 2 versus 1 right now, a minute and a half on the clock, and Juice might be about to run into Ash. No, they're on the opposite side of each other from that wall.
Berserk absolutely doing wonders for Wicked right now. We see the cloak pop in for Juice. It's down to a 1v2. I'm not sure if that reload was heard, but I think it's wrong on peak. But Juice, even with the cloak, will not be able to stop Ash, as it's 3-1 for Wicked. A way better showing than what we've seen back in Hideout.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Martini, we see that 5th connect for Eternity. Eternity
now
go
in
down to
full.
Wicked.
in full force here, and Wicked's got to earn their fight all the way through. But hey, look, they had the 5th player in. They had a laser sight on them, so it was a little kind of funky, and they didn't turn it off. But hey, you know, when you take over a buy, you kind of just got to deal with whatever they bought, right? But Wicked, I mean, they came out of that one looking really good finally. And I think that showcases that they can make this one work out. But again, they are on the defending side. Really, what matters here is Eternity. If they can capture enough attacking rounds, then all they have to do is really hold down on the defending half, right? So at this point, Wicked's really got to put up their best game against Eternity to really just hold it out until the very end. But, you know, we saw this earlier, like in the previous map. Wicked, I think, does do better on the defending side against a team like Eternity. And they got to capture as many points as possible to really, you know, try and secure out this map 2 and maybe force this into map 3. Because, again, Eternity does have that win in the pocket.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Wicked are definitely trying their best to force this to a map 3. Now, it's worth it to note, I mean, Eternity did pick up a round here on the offense. If both of these teams are stronger on their defensive half, then maybe that one round might make a difference in the end. You never know. Well, currently we do see a 4-stack of Vezins from Eternity, 5-stack from Wicked, who are enjoying that extra little boost in their economy from winning the previous round. They're able to buy those Vezins and the utility that they'd like. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock as we see Proxy just looking for a pick over in Orange Storage. Sleepy Penguin not taking that bait though. Mindbaker playing with a drone right now, might look for some of that information. I'm missing Pennypacker. No, Pennypacker and Juice are over on Orange Stairs. This is an interesting setup, Hertaj.
Yeah, and it's just like no picks yet. I will say that having 2 players on that second story is a little bit questionable. You could try and attempt that A pick, as we could see Ace there trying to maybe one pick in that Cubby, but Juice is actually able to find Berserk. That goes a little bit too aggressive as Ash peeks, only able to exchange a couple of shots, but Ace is able to shut that down. Now it sprays through the wall, as now this is the Eternity we've seen back in map 1. So now you see all 5 players. Now they're able to start setting up for this orange side. And oh, a little bit of a friendly fire there. Thankfully, that stim is able to get Proxy back up to a couple of grounds, but no! It's gonna be looming through that wall to get the frag on Proxy. Now, there's gonna be a little bit of stalling from the side of Wicked.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep Eternity out for as long as possible, and it could honestly work. They do have a frag grenade. They've got a smoke, so they're definitely going to put that pressure on this Eternity push. They've given up some real estate, though. I mean, Eternity have pushed into the orange storage right now. They have control of the server room. I'm curious if it's going to be a 2-prong, either both on receiving or... I'm not sure. It looks like it's just going to be through orange storage. And the door there, what a frag! Toss center as Limmy will pick up a bit of damage, but both his frags actually not doing a terrible amount of damage. Wizard Gecko finding Juice in the process as we watch the Ace and Mindbaker over in orange storage firing through the wall. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Eternity are going to have to make a move here. 15 seconds. A Sleepy Penguin dropping 2. 1 with the Vezin, 2 with the Trip Mine, 3 with the Vezin. Finding the Ace and closing things out to give Wicked their 4th round over Eternity. Martini was a good setup from Eternity, but ultimately it doesn't look like they could execute.
I mean, it looked like they're finally getting set up. They got those, you know, pretty solid picks. I want to say early on in the round. It was a little bit later in the round because they took a good amount of time. But the thing is, they might have taken a little bit too much time as it came down to, I think you made it the call. It was about a minute left in the round. Wicked really could have held that one out, and they almost did, besides just getting the kills themselves in the end there, right? But some of their trip mine placements, I got them an easy pick there. The statics, the utility, like they're looking more at home here on Factory for sure on the defending side. Then we saw this, you know, on Hideout. And I think Wicked, honestly, I would say they got this one in the bag. Eternity... You know, I was definitely fanboying about them earlier, and I definitely still think they got this on the defending side. But right now, they're not looking as good on the attacking side against Wicked, as they've been holding it down consistently. I can say that Wicked's, you know, defense is not as aggressive as we saw from Eternity, but they've been doing a really good job at really holding them down, slowing them down, and forcing them to some pretty bad plays that work out in Wicked's favor in the end.
And here we go on to the halftime round of this first half. After this, Eternity are going to be switching over to that defensive side, and Wicked will have their turn in the spotlight on attack. They're getting very, very close to a 5-1 game heading into the second half, but Eternity determined to, not to go down without a fight here. Berserk actually being spotted by that drone. They're prepared for a hatch play by Eternity. It looks like they are up by the hatch, but I'm wondering if that's where they're going to play. They've purchased 2 RCPs. They got a Viper. They did get a Vezin in the hands of Mindbaker, but it's still going to be a very tough push against this Wicked defense.
Yeah, I think especially on this bomb site where it is just hard to just enter any type of bomb site at all. We see Proxy able to make in some progress, able to spot a couple, but that drone usage as well. Maybe trying to take out a couple of static fields, but you could just see the amount of utility and how much time Wicked has bought just with utility alone, no guns or anything to by time. But as that proximity alarm is going to go off, Wizard Gecko's able to find Juice. Now you see the sprays coming in. You can see how much Wicked are starting to anticipate that they might try and hit this cubby area.
Proxy picking up some damage through the locker wall. There's a frag is tossed. Not going to find anybody though. Proxy looking to get just enough foam on that wall. Not quite finish it. There it is. This Pennypacker will go down to Wizard Gecko. It's a 3 versus 5. Eternity are caught between a rock and a hard place here. Berserk is over in that cubby, right outside of that cubby. It's standing up on that box, firing through the wall. The ace looks to move in and get it planted. That was a good frag. Mindbaker picking up 1, the ace picking up 2, the ace picking up 3, as we see a 3 versus 2, and suddenly Eternity are in the lead of this round. There's the EMP. It's now just down to Wizard Gecko and Sleepy Penguin to bring it home, but the ace is dropping another with a Viper. The ace might pick up another, but no, it's not going to happen. Sleepy Penguin will deny it. However, this is a tough spot that Sleepy's in right now. Does have a Vezin, but it's a 1 versus 2, and the EMP is right behind Sleepy. But of course, the moment Eternity hears that dial, they're going to make a move.
Yeah, and you can just see, look at that pre-fire coming in from Mindbaker, as that's the frag that Eternity need. That's going to be 4-2, as we're going to go into this next half. And we've seen it back in Hideout. Eternity are a way aggressive team and a lot more stronger on that defensive side.
I'm telling you, Heritage, it looks like this might be the comeback that Eternity needed. That just goes to show you can't relax against them. I think Wicked unfortunately relaxed against them because they thought they had it in the bag. It was the final round in that team. They knew the other side had lower economy. And they had the numbers advantage, a clear numbers advantage. But here, that's the thing. We saw a really strong push from Eternity there, and they knocked out 2-3 players on the push there. And on top of that, they got the plant off. And I'm just saying, like, you can't discredit them out just because they're down 1 or 2 players, because they have that rolling potential I've seen against some of these teams because of their really strong and aggressive pushes. And I don't know. I know how they play on defense. We've seen how Wicked plays against their defense, and I think it's gonna be a killing. I think it's gonna be a killing out here. I really expect Eternity to come out of this, but we'll have to see.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's going to be very, very close, but Eternity, they did what I think would be the best case scenario for them at this point. They're going into the second half 4-2. Which means they have padding to lose, a round or 2 in this second half. Of course, they don't want to tie it, so they've kind of given themselves a lot, of extra room to make some of those mistakes. Whereas Wicked in the previous round, they just didn't have enough room left in the game to make even a small error. They had to play perfectly. We'll see if Eternity can turn this around now that they're on the defense. But right now, Wicked are leading them by 2 rounds in this second map. If they win this one, we're going to go to a third. If they tie this one, we're going to go to a third. We see Sleepy Penguin, or excuse me, no, Sleepy Penguin, Wizard Gecko dropping, Sleepy Penguin dropping over into the kitchen. They put themselves in a pretty tough spot over here on Wicked as Mindbaker will swing out, picking up one Berserk, refragging Proxy. Sleepy Penguin finds Mindbaker Berserk, picking up a second. It's a 4 versus 2 right now. Kind of an overextension from Eternity, but the ace is taking up Berserk. Sleepy Penguin dropping 2 as Wicked picking up their 5th round. If that's anything to go off of Martini, I mean, this could be tough for Eternity.
You know what? If Wicked wins this one, if Wicked just straight up destroys them, I keep saying this, I'm becoming a Wicked fanboy. I know Hertage, I know what I said, and you'll be seeing $20 in the chat pretty soon if it comes out that way. But Eternity, I think it's just, we're seeing some bad mistakes here. Maybe it's just the mental game. Maybe it's, the pulling of, the ace, and it might be throwing off the game team chemistry because it's just not quite clicking. The way that we've seen them click before with some of their other defensive plays, especially against, we've already seen them play defensively against Wicked. Maybe they just kill them on defense on Hideout, and the factory might not be the place. And this might be the place that Wicked takes it back, right? And Wicked definitely has a fair amount of rounds in their pocket to win this one out. So Eternity has to really fight this one out till the very end because they have to win at bare minimum 4, but they want to go in for that win, right? For the next, literally the next 4 or 5 rounds, and it's looking hard for Eternity right now. I ain't gonna lie, and that hurts me to say.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the ace picking up a kill on Sleepy Penguin, wasn't even able to get our cameras down by that time. Berserk refragging the ace, however. Looking for a second on Proxy, who's over by Blue Vendings right now, but a pretty explosive start from both of these teams. Wicked just picking up the pace a little bit more on their offensive half. I mean, Eternity, they played pretty passively, but we see Mindbaker right under the blue stairs. This is an old spot. I've seen this played many a time in my my time of playing Breachers. Wizard Gecko looking in. Oh, spotted Mindbaker, who looked for that kill. And ultimately, that will go to Wizard Gecko. But Pennypacker is also on the blue stairs. So Wizard Gecko was looking to lean in again. Maybe Penny might pick up that kill as we see Ash looking to get in. Proxy finds Lumi with a frag. Will be refragged by Lumi as we see Pennypacker taking out Ash, refragged by Wizard Gecko. And it's just a game of trades right now. Juice, the last standing member of Eternity, the only person preventing that match point from happening right now. From Wicked, a minute 40 is Juice picking up some damage from the frag. Minute and a half on the clock, and it's looking very favorable right now for Wicked.
And down to a 1v2. I think now the AP is on that utter wall as the nade there. That's actually gonna kill Juice, as now we are on map point for Wicked. Talk about placing nades. That's a highlight if I've seen one. Wow. Look at that, and they even have the economy to go for this.
Yeah, definitely. Martini.
Look at that, Martini.
What are your thoughts?
Rough. I mean, that's all I gotta tell you. That's all I gotta tell you. A question though: if they both tie this one up, do we both put in $20 in the chat for VRML?
But I mean, to be fair, the moderators would be happy if we sent all of our money on.
I'm just gonna drop $1,000 on VRML, and I'm just kidding. But I think Eternity, we've seen them have such an aggressive defense, and I think Wicked finally is kind of understanding that they play very deep on some of the roaming plays and very aggressive. And I don't even saw that Wizard Gecko peek in, but that was a beautiful peek in. It's just a really double check that someone really isn't in that corner there. Because if Wizard Gecko had either flown in or vaulted in, they definitely would have been picked off themselves there. But Eternity, sometimes maybe they're overplaying their aggressive plays here, and I think it's not working against Wicked, at least on this map. And so I need to see them adjust their strategy, otherwise they're going to be losing again.
What they need to do right now is at least tie this up, over here on Eternity. Wizard Gecko find a kill on Proxy's Berserk, takes out Mindbaker. Juice will find Ash as Wizard Gecko taking out Pennypacker. Just like that, it's a 4 versus 1 as Berserk finds another on Juice.
And it's all down to Ace into a 1v4. As now they're just gonna be, I think, able able to get that EMP started. Once they open this wall and they're just gonna clear this out, Ace tries to retreat and Wizard Gecko gets that final kill, and we are going to Skyscraper in that map 3. And wow, way better showing from Wicked than last map.
Absolutely, and even towards the end there, Martini was still open. Eternity could tie it
I'm gonna
up,
wait
so
for 3
that way
minutes
they
because you know the stream and everything, but you'll be seeing $20 in the chat in a second. But hey, I still think Eternity's got this. They definitely got this series, I would believe. I don't know, unless the Ace, it's just the team chemistry is just not there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I mean, even when they picked up a 5th there, Heritage, they still struggled for that pace, you know, both on the offense and in the defense.
Yeah, they've kind of weren't able to just clear out some of the more players. I think the trades weren't frequent. Every time they've tried to make it an overall attempt to push, if there was a breachable wall there, they would immediately get shot through it. And I think that's one of their issues, that like, I think all they had to do was maybe focus on their composure. And I think I kind of want to point out the 7-2 compared to the 7-3 back in Hideout. So Eternity, if they want to, so for those that don't know how it works, or that just tuned in, so the scores look right now are 7-3, 7-2, respectfully on both sides. So there is absolutely no 4th map. We will not go to ship. So the only option that is there is either team winning or the event of a tie. If there is a 6-6 in its final map in Skyscraper, it is going to go in Wicked's favor because they've won 7-2 on Factory. So everything's on the line for Eternity. They cannot make no errors at all. They cannot even let Wicked get 6.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to the wire here. Skyscraper is our final map of this set. Now, quick reminder. You can use exclamation point VRML to enter the HyperX Cloud Core giveaway going on in the chat. It is still up right now. And we should have, don't quote me on this, but I think we should have another one coming up in the grand finals. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned for this match. I mean, we're going to see, you know, going into the final map here, it's either going to be Wicked or it's going to be Eternity, as Heritage pointed out and explained how it works in the rules. Now, I'm just giving the teams the go-ahead to play this final map of the set. I'm excited. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm very, very excited to see who's going to walk away as the winner as we get ready for this next match. How I see Martini in the chat reacting to Eternity losing over here, becoming that permanent Wicked fanboy if they make it to 3rd place. But for now, we're going to go and see who makes it to 3rd place as we head to our next map, which is Skyscraper. Martini, we're here in what will be the final matchup of this set, Wicked versus Eternity. Now, I'm seeing Wicked starting off on the offense, Eternity on the defense. Let me hear your thoughts on that.
You know, I already dislike Wicked now because they forced me to pay $20. Just dropped it in the chat right now since Heritage hates me. People are definitely enjoying me having to pay that one out. But anyways, I am now a diehard Eternity fan. But if they lose this one again, I've now become a Wicked fanboy. But I mean, Eternity starting off strong on the defensive side, and I'm excited to see what they do because this is Skyscraper. Their defensive, their aggressive defense is gonna, I think, work perfectly for this map, and hopefully it works against Wicked as they play this one out.
This is going to be a roller coaster of emotions for you, Martini. I mean, we're gonna see you become a neutral caster, and then a diehard Eternity fanboy, and now a diehard Wicked fanboy. If they make it to 3rd place.
The 5 stages of grief.
we should have Old Gravy make a meme of that. Anyways, starting off in this final map as Wicked taking out both of those trip mines. You've got 3 hanging off a red room right now. Pennypacker finding Ash very early into the round. Now Berserk making their way up the lower south stairs. And I'm just anticipating a big push here from Wicked. Here it comes.
And now they're going to be pushing on through, as you can see there, but it's going to be the nade from Juice, able to get 2 in that red room. Nade received back as well. And now look, Lumi tries to swing, but doesn't respect 3 players, as Ace in that hallway is able to take down Berserk, as Eternity are leading this map. And all they got to do is just keep this forward momentum.
Martini, I mean, that was like less than 30 seconds. Break that down there.
Can you hear the claps there? Can you hear the claps there? That is the eternity that we're used to seeing, right? And I keep talking about it when I see them, and this is not me being a fanboy anymore. This is me being just objective. Like, we've seen their excellent usage of that utility, because that beautiful, I don't know if y'all remember seeing that frag, that beautiful frag just being lobbed in and taking out a couple of those Wicked players. It's making my pockets not hurt as much right now, I'll tell you that. But Eternity definitely holding it down, and this is what I'm expecting to see from them. We'll have to see on the opposition. You know, things might turn out a little bit differently, seeing as they play that one out. But again, we're only 1 round in, and I'm excited to see how Eternity holds this one out. I'm sure they're going to play right into the aggression that we've seen, and this is the map for them to do it. This is Roamer Central. This is the way to do it, and I don't think I've seen Wicked be able to fight against that sort of aggressive defense, especially on a map like Skyscraper here.
Roamer Central, I think I'm going to use that in the future now.
Rome City.
I like that one.
Rome City, as we move into the second round of this matchup. Sleepy Penguin entering Red Room way away from anything happening over here. Wicked are playing very loose. They're not sticking as, you know, a whole team, but we see everybody kind of entering on a different corner of the map. I'm just wondering if that, I mean, they're looking for a roamer, but this could hurt them if they don't stick together. Although, I mean, Eternity had such a strong start to this. They're just trying to root out any extra Eternity players playing for picks right now. But we'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, we could see the overall roam. They want to clear out almost everything just before they even want to attempt this push into any of these bomb sites. You could see there Lumi with that EMP, just waiting until he gets that call that, hey, we've cleared out everything. The only players that we see are going to be the ones on that site, as we see Berserk as well as Sleepy Penguin try and maybe get this, but Proxy's actually going to be able to find it. Ash, that's on that window. Actually, no, not window, on the stairs. So that's going to be even, they lost that utility. They lost Breaching Foam. So they're going to have to retrieve that. That's going to buy a little bit of time for Eternity here. As now they're going to be spraying that hallway window. No, wow, I'm getting my call outs wrong. Is they're going to spray that breachable wall inside that hallway. Maybe just buy enough time. 1 minute 20 left on that clock. Sleepy as well as Berserk on that B hatch. They're going to be getting ready to set up for it, as that hatch is going to open up. Mindbaker's outside. Sleepy and Berserk are still looking at it, as we can see Wizard Gecko making his way into the hallway, but the nade there is going to be right on top of him, as they're going to be immediately swinging on in. As now Berserk and Sleepy are going to set up for that other hatch as well on A site. So now they're going to have options, but they've wasted so much time. They wasted 2 minutes to not even make any progress whatsoever.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of an oversight here from Wicked. They're burning a lot of time, and they're still playing very far apart. At this point, I mean, it's just going to be very tough for them. They're super ecoing right now, so they've got, 3 Jespers, a Smoke, and a Flashbang. I mean, I wonder if it's worth it to just kind of call it here and save for this round, keep the utility next round when you know you'll have a Vezin. Here's 15 seconds. Berserk is going in right now. Flashed as Juice will find Berserk. Pennypacker picks up Lumi. Sleepy Penguin, the last one, dropped into a triple crossfire. Juice will claim that kill. And that's it for Wicked in this round.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I keep watching Wicked trying to figure out what they're doing. And I don't know what's going on. I feel like on Skyscraper, this is again not the Wicked we've kind of seen them play before. Their plays are very, I think, kind of funky. You know, they're very wide, very separate from each other, and we've seen how Eternity plays. They tend to again play very, even if they play deep with the roamers, they're stacked on those roamers. They have like 2-3 people on top of each other. So it's kind of actually a dangerous move. I know that Wicked went in for more of a roamer clearing sort of role, but if it's one person clearing a whole section, that might be too dangerous, because the fact that Eternity might have a couple players lined up to be able to shoot them down, that's basically giving them a free kill and potentially a free utility depending on what that player has in hand. I know Eternity did play a little more conservative that round, keeping all 5 players very much anchored on site. But Wicked, they gotta kind of change up some of their plays, because they're just really not working against Eternity, as they're playing very wide. They're spreading themselves, I think, a little too thin.
It could be different this round, though. They are running their Vezins, Lumi, playing support for the team that round, just purchasing that Taurus, but as well as the util for everybody else on that team. 2 minutes 40 on the clock right now. Is Wicked looking to make their move over by Upper Lounge. I wonder if the Ace spotted that drone. I don't think they did. 2.5 minutes as Wicked are on the move.
Yeah, now they're going to be clearing out the other side of the hallway, get ready to try, and maybe they're actually going to try and execute this radio push, which does make sense, as you have Berserk on that main window inside of radio. You see the Molotov toss there. Gonna end up buying a little bit of time, but there's... Look, Mindbreaker's actually going to be swinging, unable to find one. Wizard Gecko's actually able to take down Ace. That Punisher's trying to peek that hallway. Because now they're going to push out a little bit outside. I'm not sure if Wicked realizes, but there are tripwires before they try and enter that radio room. And it could be devastating if they don't spot that.
Wizard Gecko looking to... Ooh, okay. They did notice it. So, good news for the Wicked offense. They won't have a Oh my goodness! What a frag. That will tag Ash. I was going to say, good news. They won't have a repeat of what happened to Shiki Brishi over in that first map of the EU finals. There were 3 of their players walked into one trip mine. Berserk is taken out by Pennypacker, who finds that kill. Minute 15 left on the clock. Again, we're seeing Wicked burning a lot of time before getting into a round.
Yes, because he has the wall open. Mindbreaker finds 2. Sleepy finds Proxy as well, as Lumi able to get a pick, as it's all down to Sleepy Penguin in 1v2. Well, just on 5 HP and a minute left. What can you do? I believe the healing switch isn't even ready yet. Now, all it takes is just one swing from either player on Eternity, either Juice or Penny, and that's going to be that round. As I feel like they've had everything into this round. Wicked almost had everything to just work in their favor, and they just didn't end up executing it. As the stim's gonna come into play, that's gonna heal up Sleepy I believe back up to full health. But with 30 seconds left on that clock and no utility, as you can see Sleepy trying to use that cloaking device to maybe find a pick, but there's 20 seconds left on that clock.
And here we go with the final push from Sleepy Penguin, who swings on to Juice. Will pick up a kill there.
10 seconds.
But there's 10 seconds left. Yeah, to your point. And I think, yeah, Pennypacker was right behind Sleepy Penguin. I didn't even notice that until the last second. I saw a frame of Pennypacker sneak by Martini, and what a round it is by Eternity as they pick up a 3-0 lead, a hat trick over Wicked right now.
I mean, Wicked, they had a good setup. It was getting there. And I think the biggest complaint I have right now is just that execution. That execution is just not quite there. They had the room. They had radio. Once you know you have it, you just got to punch it. Because basically at that point, they were essentially reacting to Eternity when they made their own push. And that's exactly what happened there. They had, the frags already came out. Literally, Eternity dropped in all this utility. Didn't really get much value out of it. That would have been the time to push. A little bit earlier, and I think things would have worked out a little bit differently than Wicked, for Wicked, but things didn't quite work out there, and eventually, it allowed Eternity to be able to come in there and collapse onto them in radio there, and things didn't quite work out for Wicked in the end.
Definitely. And we are seeing, again, that 3-0 game happening right now. And Wicked, it's not getting any better for them, unfortunately, because they are, once again, on an eco round. And now, they did pick up a Viper and an Omen, but nevertheless, it's still going to be tough. Wizard Gecko opening up the window on upper lounge, where Pennypacker quickly denies a drone. That's an interesting angle, sitting over by the table there. But Pennypacker just looking for Wizard Gecko as Sleepy Penguin with a second drone. They're just looking for that information proxy, looking to deny the drone. Juice looking to deny the drone, but Sleepy Penguin manages to get it out of danger for now. 2 minutes 20 on the clock as Lumi, from out of nowhere on the other side of the map, will pick up a kill on Mindbaker, but does get refragged by the ace. Good flank watch by Eternity. Berserk is over here drilling this door blocker very casually with that Omen, as we see Juice going bowling, finds Berserk, and a great kill from Eternity there. It's a 4 versus 3, 2 minutes left on the clock.
And see, look at the just sheer pure dominance from Eternity, as the nade from Wizard Gecko is gonna send Juice out of position. But yeah, back to what I was saying, Eternity have just looked so dominant. They didn't even let Wicked get any chance to just try and push into that hallway or even try and get control of Lounge. As you see, we're down to a 4v3. So with just only an Omen and Viper in Wicked's arsenal, what can you really do here?
Yeah, Ash over on the window outside of Upper Lounge, but Pennypacker Proxy both populating that room right now. 1:15 left on the clock. Sleepy Penguin, Wizard Gecko, and Ash have to make a move here. They're on the move as Proxy will find the kill on Sleepy Penguin. Pennypacker takes Ash. Wizard Gecko refragging Pennypacker, looking for another on Proxy. It's all coming down to Gecko here, who's in a very tough spot.
Yeah, and Wizard Gecko with only 50 seconds left on that clock, and just absolutely no option to go in to just maybe do any type of push, as Juice is able to take Wizard down, and it's going to be a 4-0 here on Skyscraper. And I think Wicked are just starting to lag a little bit and just maybe trying to push into their sights a little bit, but I'm not sure what Wicked's thinking right now.
Yeah, Wicked definitely needs to switch up some sort of gameplay here, as Eternity has just been this is I hate to sound like the fan, but this is the Eternity I was expecting, you know, to see on their defensive plays here, because they've just been holding it down essentially, again, not allowing Wicked to really even set up their actual attacks. Because I'm trying to remember, but has Wicked been able to get any true EMP plant off? They've been always shut out before the play really fully develops out. The closest I think we ever got was that radio play, where they finally kind of got that plant off, but Pennypacker was there lined up, ready to shut things down. And that's what I keep seeing with Eternity here. They've been able to hold down Wicked as far as possible from the site, and basically kind of acting as this kind of force field around the site before they can even get an actual good entrance into it. And we're gonna have to see some new gameplay here. You know, Eternity actually hasn't been as aggressive as some of their other maps on the defensive side, so I think they're finally adjusting their defensive strategy against Wicked, and it's working out, I think, pretty well.
2:50 left on the clock as we start off round number 5. Only 2 rounds left for Eternity here on this defensive half. Lumi taking out one of those trip mines, but there's a second on that window, Hertage.
And Lumi's able to find Proxy, but Gecko gets completely shut down by Pennypacker, who was still inside that bathroom. You see the proximity alarm inside that hallway being popped as well, but Pennypacker is able to find another before he falls. Now the nades are going to be tossed inside the bathroom as well, as Juice somehow manages to kill himself with the nade.
And here we have a 2 versus 3 right now. Ash, Lumi, Sleepy Penguin all over in the bathrooms right now, as the Ace and Mindbaker holding down the B2 lounge. It's 2 minutes on the clock. Mindbaker finds one on Sleepy Penguin, a second on Lumi, and it's now a 1 versus 1 down to Ash and Mindbaker. It's all coming down to this. I mean, if Wicked can pick up their first round here on this offensive half. I think it can really carry them a long way once they switch over to defense, but the smoke dissipates at a very awkward time for Ash. However, the Ace not quite noticing it yet. Now, Ash has a couple of choices here. Go through the breach, go through the vent, or rotate around, maybe out the door, but the Ace is watching. A minute 20 on the clock. Oh, Ash could also go out the window. Plenty of ways to attack this situation, but it looks like Ash is trying to find the right option to pick. We see a minute 10 on the clock right now. There's the heal coming through for Ash. Ready to round the corner. The Ace isn't peeking out there yet. A minute on the clock. Oh my goodness, this could be a very...
this could be timing.
This could be timing. This could be timing as Ash. It is timing. Taking out the Ace there, claiming that first offensive round for Wicked.
Ooh, I mean, so look at the celebration from Ash. You can see they want a round on offense. They want a round on offense. Those guys here. But anyways, continue, Martini.
You're good. That was definitely, I think, just a round of mistakes by Eternity. I mean, you gotta double check it out. Things were not working out one after another. They did try their best to hold it out until the very end, but even then, it came down to timing. Ash finally getting a win. For Wicked, and I think this might give them a little bit of hope, but this momentum from Eternity right now is just making it look really hard. And even though they did lose that last one, they still have a fair amount of economy in the pocket that they'll be fine, I think, into this upcoming round for Eternity. Granted, only one player is going to have to go in for that half buy, but I don't know. Things have been looking out very favorable for Eternity. I'm curious to see how they hold out on the attacking end, because I can see them still making this one work out, but that Bezin difference might be what makes Wicked win this one out, potentially, if they do actually get a win from this one.
Some updates on the giveaway that is going on in the chat. Entries are currently closed. A winner will be decided at the end of this map, but stay tuned again because we are doing a second one during the grand finals game, which is taking place right after this one. So definitely don't go anywhere yet. We've got a lot of action still planned for this night, but hey, this hasn't even wrapped up yet. Eternity versus Wicked starting things off here as we see Wicked moving over towards the south stairs. They're over in the vent. I was waiting for a frag to be tossed up there by Eternity. But here comes an incendiary from Lumi. It's Wicked getting ready to stack up. And, oh, looks like they're going in. One's going through the broadcast hallway. It's Berserk. Everybody else looks like they're going over to maybe upper lounge. Lumi's going in on podcast. It's a very split push here.
Yeah, it's a very questionable push as well. Because I think they're just waiting on a couple of calls. I think the call from Wicked is to just maybe clear out the other side of the second floor and then maybe try and get this push. Because the last time we got this bomb site, what happened was, in the pistol round, it was really chaotic. They had 3 people inside of that server room, so maybe they're able to just read it. And we're seeing it right now where they have 3 inside a server room. And maybe they're just able to find some of this counterplay as they're going to be able to take down that door blocker. But now the side of Eternity knows that, hey, that Ace definitely an option for Wicked. As now that proximity alarm is definitely going to confirm that flashbang's toss as well. Now, see them, look, they're going into radios. They're trying to clear out. There's going to be a couple of pre-fires from that breachable wall, but yeah, it's just they're able to make some progress, but 1 minute left on the clock for Wicked.
Yeah, they've certainly burnt a lot of time here. Less than a minute left. As Hertouch pointed out, no one has died yet in this round. Looks like Wicked are getting ready to push into the mixing room here, but there's 3 Eternity players in here who are slowing them down, but Mindbaker looks to swing. Berserk with a flick on that head will claim the kill. 35 seconds left on the clock. Wicked have got to make a move here at some point. They've got the breaching foam on the wall, but if they don't make a move here pretty soon, they're going to be out of time. The Ace will find Berserk, dropping a second on Lumi, but Lumi takes juice before going down. The Ace dropping a third, a fourth. Can we see an ace from the Ace? We see an ace from the Ace as it's a 5-1 game heading into the second half. That was a beautiful, beautiful round for Eternity, Martini.
I mean, I'm telling you, I talked about it earlier, and I think because these two teams are really fighting on the maps that people have played so much, it's going to come down to execution details. And that's exactly what we saw there. Wicked, they had a good setup. Eternity let them take all the space and all these things. But again, it came down to timing. They had about a minute left in the round. They had to get it punching. Unfortunately, things didn't quite work out for them, and it forced them to it almost came down to time. I don't know if you saw that timer. It almost actually came down to time, but the ace actually coming out of that one with their own ace there, and it worked out very well. And just those execution details are just, Wicked's got to work them out just a little bit more against a team, because against a team like Eternity, because they're just going to be able to hold it down and hold up for that pressure. And that didn't quite work out for Wicked there. And again, I'm telling you, I think we're gonna see Eternity coming out of this one. I'm putting it out there.
Oh,
I'm putting it out there.
I mean, would you? Here's the thing. It's 5-1. Would you argue the curse come into play? Or?
I would normally argue if it was another team, but this isn't that team, I think.
Martini, I mean, just by talking there, maybe you did confirm that would happen to Eternity.
The Caster's curse. Eternity. I'm sorry. If you guys lose because of Caster's curse, then that's on me. That's on me.
You're gonna have to personally message them your apology
afterwards.
I
will personally message them and apologize and say, next one's on me. I'm just kidding.
An apology video. An apology video.
I'm sorry.
Anyways, we see Berserk up in the podcast room as we start things off here in this round. Proxy making entry over in the bathroom. I mean, again, what we're seeing here, Hertage, is a very split push from Eternity. This is kind of what we saw from Wicked. I wonder if this will work out for them.
Yeah, maybe this time they're actually able to pull off a better execute as Berserk. We see it there. He's going to hang out in radio. He's going to get a kill, and he's going to be back on that radio just talking about how he got that kill, peeking out that window. But he does fall to ace, but Wizard Gecko's there for that refrag. S. Mybaker still has to worry about that lurk. And I think this is a very weird call from Wicked. They're having two roamers up on that top story. As now they're going to have mainly two defenders on that lower bomb site.
Yeah, Mindbaker picking up the kill on Sleepy Penguin as Wizard Gecko refragging Mindbaker. It's now a 2 versus 3. This is a good start for Wicked on this defensive half, but they do still have to worry about Pennypacker and Proxy. Again, I mean, if this goes to a tie, a 6-6 game, that would actually mean that Wicked will walk away as the victors of this third place match. As Hertage explained before, it'll be calculated based off of rounds because there isn't a perfect tie. So because Wicked got a 3-7 in the first game and a 7-2 in the second game, that means they would win by 1 round if this final map ties. But that's a ways off. They still have a lot of work to do here. They've got to go back-to-back 5 rounds just to tie it. They can lose 1. But if they want to win the whole map, that can't happen. Now, Pennypacker finds a good kill on Wizard Gecko, and I'd argue that if the pistol round goes in favor of Eternity, that could lead to the whole match collapsing their way in the next round. But I digress as we see Prox. Oh no! Proxy! No! Proxy takes himself out with the breaching foam as Ash.
No!
Ash finds a kill on Pennypacker. Pennypacker drops a kill, or drops a frag that takes themselves out. Martini, you want to break that one down?
What happened?
Yeah. All right, sorry. I just that is the first. Just to give you all context, that is the first breaching foam kill I've seen
on cast, I believe.
On cast.
Dude, I thought the tournament was the only one to fall for that, but apparently, Proxy's gonna be the next one for that fate.
I'm like staring at this, and I thought there was some crazy trip mine that Wicked had set up, and because I saw Proxy's body just fly, and I was like, oh my goodness, that's the craziest trip mine placement I've ever seen. And I'm like, wait, Proxy killed Proxy? I'm like, hold up. Let me just say mistakes, right? Mistakes were made that round, and they got to work out some kind of detail here, because again, Wicked, they just need to get to 6 rounds, and that's game over. That's game over. We're going home because they, Eternity can't be any better than a tie at that point, and we know that is their loss, right? Did I hear the numbers correctly? That Wicked would win this one out by 1 round if they had that tie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Wicked has to really capitalize on these mistakes. Yep, never mind. Y'all are talking. Go in for it.
Berserk opening things up with a kill on Proxy. Let me get that scoreboard out of the way for you all as we enter into round 8 of this second half. That went into Wicked's favor. Could be the start of the collapse for this Eternity offense here. We see 2 minutes 20 on the clock. The round did get very close last time, so of course anything could happen. We do see Juice heading back up over to the roof right now. Is again a very fragmented push from Eternity.
Yeah, and you see a bit of a stagger in that momentum. As we can see, as you talked about, Bob, it is a very split team right now as they're going to be making their way into the ground floor. Now, I will say this is one of the more harder bomb sites to play, especially trying to dry peek this, because now you're just trying to push bomb sites where there is arguably only two angles to look at, and Eternity doesn't have any type of breaching foam, so their options are going to be a lot more limited into this round.
Minute and a half on the clock. Eternity have lost Proxy very early in this round. Not good for them. A minute 20 now as we see Pennypacker and the Ace moving into the bathroom right now. They're running out of time over here on Eternity. They're going to need to make a push here pretty soon. Sleepy Penguins over in the B2 lounge as Pennypacker and the Ace make their way through the veg. Sleepy Penguins not watching. Ash isn't watching, and Pennypacker finds the kill on Ash. Berserk is being quite damaged. Sleepy Penguin will take out Mindbreaker. Berserk finds the kill on the Ace as the Ace takes out Lumi before going down, and it's a 3 versus 2. Pennypacker looking to swing, walking right into Wizard Gecko. That Vezin will find its way into Pennypacker's head over there. The bullet from the Vezin will. As we see Juice, the last one over in bathroom right now with just a Jesper.
Yeah, and in 1v3, and you're fighting a Vezin as well. The moment that Juice plants that EMP, but actually Berserk is going to be pushing on through, slow walking, as that's going to be able to spot him. Berserk's is actually going to fall to Juice, but look at the HP difference. Sleepy Penguin's on the slither of HP, but with the RCP, it's going to be shut down, as it's going to be 3-5. We could see the collapse of Eternity right now, but look, we're going to be heading into this next round as it's going to be a full-on rifle.
Martine, I see you kicking yourself over there, but honestly, it looks like it was very close to Juice actually clutching that up.
I know, Eternity, they've been getting so close, and I don't know what, so maybe I'm being a little weird about watching some of these attacking plays, but I gotta say, for both Wicked and Eternity, am I seeing some kind of funky skyscraper attacking plays? We're seeing some really, sometimes wide ones, where they're really taking a lot of time to do what I think they're doing is roamer clearing, and maybe there's just both these teams. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of funky about, because I'm not seeing the performance, at least on the attacking side, that I would be expecting to see from these teams. As they haven't been very careful, very hesitant about some of their attacking plays, and that's playing right into the hand of these defending teams. As the Wicked has been able to hold this one out, and at this point, Wicked needs to win just 3 more to hold this one out, and I mean, at that point, I'm now a Wicked fanboy. So there's a lot of things at stake there for Wicked, especially that 3rd place placement.
We'll let you mentally prepare yourself for that, Martini, to switch sides so quickly. But meanwhile, we're heading right into round 9 over here as we see Eternity making their way over to the podcast. Martini, you make a very good point. We've seen a lot of very strange plays from these teams. I've never seen Eternity or Wicked play so fragmented on Skyscraper. They're just making some odd calls on their offensive half, and it's really leading to, the other team finding a lot of success. We're seeing Wicked really capitalize off of these mistakes that Eternity is making on the offense.
Yeah, and you see there, they're trying to make a little bit of we see the exact same thing. They're actually splitting up, as we seen. Maybe, I think this hasn't worked a lot into this round. So I think probably next round they could probably think of 5 stacking, but maybe they're trying to make their way. They're trying to get rid of these main roamers before they try to hit one of these bomb sites. As now we could see Mayan Baker on that roof, gonna grapple down to that lounge area. I'm pretty sure they spotted a couple of free fires coming in. So now Mayan Baker's able to open up all 3 windows, but he's gonna run into Wizard Gecko if he does attempt to swing that. Now it's gonna be a full fight inside of this hallway. Wicked should just maybe play a little bit more passive. They don't need to get aggressive at all.
Mindbakers hanging right off the upper lounge window as we see Pennypacker taking the roof right now. Proxy Juice over by the north stairs hallway. Now Sleepy Penguin had a little bit of a gunfight with Proxy and Juice, but ultimately rotated back when they saw the frag coming out. We see Pennypacker taking out Wizard Gecko. Minute left on the clock right now as Sleepy Penguin finds a kill on Proxy, will recover. Avezin, ooh, missed the healing syringe there. That's very interesting. Less than a minute on the clock. We've seen Eternity losing time against Wicked here. And playing very, very slow.
They're going to play aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to play aggressive. They got 35 seconds left on that clock. Juice and Mindbaker, they're fully ready to set up. Breachy Foam is going to be primed, and at proximity alarm is going to tip off that, hey, there's a roamer in play. So now they're going to be able to open up this wall on A. They're going to try and maybe attempt this push, but Swimby's going to get aggressive. Swimby's is able to take down Mindbaker with that trim line, as Juice is able to take down 2, as it's down to a 2v2. This could be a collapse, as there's only 10 seconds left on that clock, but I'm not sure if there's any time. Berserk is able to find Ace. Juice has to find these kills, but 5 seconds left. Berserk and Lumi are going to back off, as it's going to be 4-5 here, and we could see a potential comeback from Wicked.
They're now only 1 round off of tying this game up, Martini, and 2 rounds off of securing the draw. If they do secure the draw, it's already over for Eternity. There would be no way they could actually win it anymore. How you feeling right now, Martini?
I'm getting I'm sweating. I'm sweating a little bit. I'm looking at the chat. I'm feeling a lot of different emotions right now. And we've been talking about these plays are so wide. They're burning so much time, and I'm just wondering what's going on in these players' minds. What are the IGLs doing? Why are these teams attacking so slow on Skyscraper? I really have not seen some of these top teams play so slow on Skyscraper. Maybe they're really trying to play this one out. Maybe they're reading Hertage's script that says they have to go all the way till the end to 12 rounds, because it's starting to feel that way. But the thing is, Eternity, they can't really afford to go to 12 rounds, because they have to win 7-5 at the worst, right? 7-5, because otherwise Wicked just, once they get that tie, this is going to be coming down to literally a 1 round difference. And I don't know. I have a lot of emotions right now.
Some positive, some negative, but most of them are for Eternity. As we get into round 10 right now, we see the ace over in the red room making entry. Again, a really fragmented push from Eternity. Hertage, I think we're seeing a common pattern. They're playing very far away from each other, and they're starting off, across the building from the other team, while the other team is playing very close to the site, and it's burning so much time. I mean, it's become a common theme for the, whichever team's been on the offense, for them to have almost no time towards the end of the round.
Yeah, I think we've seen it before. Last round, they split up so much that even when they tried to regroup, there was only 35 seconds left, and even that, their push got staggered because Berserk was able to get a frag. That ended up wasting a lot of time. They weren't able to get that EMP plan. They weren't able to force post plans. I don't even think we got an EMP plan at all into the second half.
No. Yeah, I definitely don't think we have had one yet. There's the proximity alarm set off by the ace as Wicked are looking. 4 versus 5, it's an eco round for Eternity, but the eco rounds are where the crazy things happen. So we'll see if maybe Eternity can find some pace here. Minute and a half left on the clock right now. Mindbaker right outside the B2 lounge window. Proxy's over in bathroom. We see a lot of gunfire coming from Wicked, heading into that wall over there. Minute 15 on the clock right now as Mindbaker, again, right outside that window, looking to intercept a Wicked player. We see Wizard Gecko over in the booths back there, does find the kill on Hertage Pennypacker. Will refrag Wizard Gecko's Ash, refrags Pennypacker. Mindbaker refrags Ash, it's the ace. Will take out Sleepy Penguin, Lumi refragging the ace. It's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, when was I ever a player? But anyways, they're gonna start off. Ooh, a little bit of scares coming in from Lumi, accidentally friendly firing. But now look, we actually got a post play as Proxy's able to find Lumi, as it's all down to Berserk into a 1v2. As now the time pressure is on Berserk, as Proxy does get spotted through that vent, but I'm not sure if Berserk realizes that Mindbaker is behind that window. But I'd argue that plan is not good if Proxy falls.
Ooh, but Proxy won't fall because Mindbaker secures that kill. Yeah, Berserk was just in a really tough spot. Martini, are you happy there? I mean, you see, it's a 6-4 game with Eternity on match point. Now, do keep in mind, real quick before you go ahead, that Eternity aren't out of the woods yet. If it's tied up at this point, it's still going to go to Wicked. They have to push for victory, and they have to do that starting now.
And I'm not a betting man anymore. I ain't gonna lie. Especially after seeing this kind of performance from Eternity. And again, this is me being I'm sorry, y'all. I tend to be very unbiased. I try to be very unbiased during my cast, but I think with Hertage being on the opposite end, it works. You know, this back and forth.
Does it even it out? Is it like? It's like chemistry. You know.
Yeah.
You gotta bounce it out.
Yeah, I think it evens it out, but right now, just Wicked has been holding up this very conservative defense that I think has been working very well against Eternity. And at this point, to your point, they're not out of the woods. I think they gotta mix up their attacking plays, because again, Eternity, I'd be shocked if they did it again, but if they do these very wide and long plays, it actually would make sense for these roamers. I'm surprised we haven't seen any roaming gameplay yet from Wicked, because it would actually work very well, I think, if we got a very wide attacks that got going on. But anyways, let's hopping right into this round.
In what could be the final round of this set, Ash has been spotted by the drone rotating through the broadcast room, picking up some damage as the ace looks to get Ash in kind of a kill box here, but it's a risky play as Ash is going for the rotation through the lobby. Can Eternity intercept? Proxy dropping 1, dropping 2, gets both Wizard Gecko and Ash. Not good for Wicked, especially as Sleepy Penguin just goes down to Mindbaker. This could be the end of the set. It's now just down to Berserk and Lumi here. Berserk will take out the drone, but they've got a 2v5 this round right here.
Yeah, and this is a site where you do not want to lose your players. If you lose any of the players, or if you're down a man advantage and you try to play retakes, it's going to be rough as Lumi's able to find a pick off of Juice. But they need to play a little bit more passive. They're down by 2. Now they're going to be able to set up nade tossed, flashes as well. There's a little bit of a friendly flash there as well as Berserk is kind of wide open. It takes one wall shot. There's 1:30 left on that clock.
Yes, Hertage pointed out, minute and a half. Here comes the push. Berserk goes down to Mindbaker. It's now down to Lumi, but it can't happen as Eternity are going to be your 3rd place winners of this season. We've seen it. There it is. Martini is probably very happy right now. You don't have to become a Wicked fanboy. And now that we've reformed you from gambling, I mean, there you go. You've gone through like a whole
Martini went through the 5 stages of grief.
I went through so much on this cast. I didn't know who was gonna win or what was gonna happen. I mean, the fact that Wicked just had to hold it out for that tie, and things would have turned out very differently for them. It's just shocking. But again, credit that just goes to show that you got to credit Eternity because they're just. I know there's been a lot of funkiness on this cast. I mean, the fact that we got, for me, my first breach kill, self.
The first breach kill on stream. I think this might be the first time in history we've gotten on stream.
On stream, I don't know. I don't. Yeah,
I've actually gotten it
caster
before.
talking about it.
I've gotten one before.
Oh,
back in
You
the early
serious?
days.
Wow.
Back in the early days. But
Oh, in the
long
early
time.
Okay. It's just, I think Skyscraper was such a funky game to watch, but Eternity, I think that just goes to show that they deserve this third place spot. They've been playing very consistently well over the whole season and even in the playoffs. I think it makes sense. It worked out the way it did.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hertaj, before we wrap things up here, let me get your thoughts.
And what a series! I mean, you can't deny that we've had one hell of a third place match. There was a bunch of ups and downs, and really intense 1v moments, really intense 1v1s. Even though in the beginning it looked really rough, in the end I think it was fully worth it. I'm happy we were able to catch this third place match. Oh, and just for anyone wondering, I found the VRML script. Now I think I should go before I get caught.
Yeah, we'll let Hertaj escape here, but real quick, big thanks to both Hertaj and Martini for jumping in on this cast. We had a bit of overflow with the NA Grand Final, so big thanks to both of them for stepping up a little earlier and joining me for this cast. And it's been a great matchup here. Eternity going to be walking away as the winners here, taking third place. Not first, but it's a very, very good spot to finish, and they played incredibly well. They're going to be walking away still with those VRCOVER kits and some HyperX earbuds, so big congratulations to Eternity. Speaking of HyperX, the giveaway once again has been ended. I don't think we've had a winner just yet. I don't think we're on a 3-minute delay, so I'm not sure if we'll see the winner by the end of this, but if I don't get it, Nightfire will get it when we bring on the next cast. But 10-minute break here as we get ready for our next matchup. It's going to be the grand finals for NA. Acer versus Formula 3. I can't believe I had a brain lapse.
You can't forget the most intense moment in VRML. Come on.
Anyways, that's going to do it for us in this matchup, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
everybody. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. We are here joined by one of the top 4 teams advancing on to the North American semifinals, the F3 squad. I have Angel and Bot joining me this afternoon. I'll start with you, Angel. How are you feeling coming off of that big win last weekend?
I'm feeling great.
Great, excellent. Bot, how are you doing?
I'd say great as well.
Great. I got the 2 most talkative folks on the F3 squad here to chat up about how great they're feeling this afternoon. I want to get your insights into how you were feeling before the match, and you're going to have to tell me something here. How were you feeling heading into the start of that matchup against Aspect? Were you thinking you're going to come away with an F3 win? And Angel, I'll start with you.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought we were gonna lose. I got a terrible mentality, like terrible. I was just like, I woke up and I was just like talking to my girlfriend. She was just like hyping me up, and she was just like telling me like, hey, no matter the outcome, just keep your head high. And the first map, it did not seem like it was gonna be going our way, so it didn't help at all. But we pulled through, and honestly, I wish I just went in with a better mental.
Interesting. Bot, how are you feeling at the start of that series going up against Aspect?
I figured we'd win, but obviously we got off to like the rough patchy start that we had, so it kind of looked bad from the start.
Yeah.
Like all of us were kind of like, this isn't going how we wanted it to and how we thought it would. But then in the end, it went how we did. But yeah, I had the confidence going into it, and I honestly woke up probably an hour before, so.
Jeez, no warm-up, not a big warm-up, at least for you, before the matches. You know, you talk about that first map against Aspect. Was that the most challenging part coming back in map 2, or was there a real, like, turning point that you were really, like, the hardest point of that series? Start with you, Angel.
Yeah, first map, we put a lot of practice into Skyscraper, and just for it to kind of, like, turn out like how it did, it was definitely very degrading. We really did put so much effort into that map, and just for us to get 7-1 like that, it was rough.
Yeah, tough to come back from, but you managed to do it, Bot, and you know you managed to take the win. Was there any point when you were battling against Aspect that you actually felt like, whoa, we might? When was the turning point that you felt you could win? Because at some point you had to at least get the confidence started to go.
I would say the second hideout came around and we went, it was 0-3. The second it turned to 0-3 on hideout is kind of, obviously we lost another one after that, but I think right at 0-3 is when we were kind of like, oh wait, why are we letting these guys, stomp on us, throw us around like we're some middle schooler who just got into high school,
Yeah.
And
Getting bullied.
we took that first round, and it kind of picked us up and we took off.
Yeah, it was again fantastic series. Congratulations on that win. Going into this weekend, what are you looking at improving on, Angel, as a team? Are you focusing on anything with scrims, or is it just get better at Skyscraper? What's on the practice for this week?
Definitely a lot more practice on Skyscraper. We're up against Wicked, and their play style is just, it's annoying. So
you're not alone in that sentiment. I think some people said hard to read, elusive sort of, but annoying maybe another word for it.
I wouldn't say hard to read. It's just it's very counterintuitive to how we normally play. So I really want to get our practice in for all these maps that kind of makes their playstyle excel. So we just want to make sure that we can counter them out.
Are you looking at all going forward, Bot, to the team after your matchup in the semifinals? Are you thinking about the finals at all? Is it just straight focus on Saturday and you'll come to it when it comes to Sunday?
Yeah. I mean, well, thoughts on it, as in like practicing for the finals, not really, but like we're all kind of in that mindset of where it's like after Saturday we'll see Acer on Sunday.
Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus internally. But hey, we've seen upsets already, haven't we? Especially you guys upsetting that second place team in aspects. So again, a big hats off to you guys, and looking forward to seeing you all play in the matchup that's likely coming up right after this interview, or who knows. But again, good luck on your matchup this weekend, Saturday, and hopefully we'll be seeing you on the Sunday NA Grand Finals. But until then, we appreciate you all stopping by. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to dive into the action for another exciting finals of the North American side. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get our names to show up on the cast. I'm joined by Martini and Gibular Bob, and we will be jumping into the NA Grand Finals this afternoon between Acer and Formula 3. And I mean, we're going to chat a little bit about these matchups here this afternoon because we are certainly excited about them. And then we're going to be diving into round number 1 in about 10 minutes time from now with the NA Grand Finals battle. And these two teams have fought a long road to get here. Acer is a squad that has looked fantastic over the course of the regular season, a team that a lot of squads have seen as sort of that looming Mount Everest if they were going to get matched up again against them over that regular season. They are still a powerhouse, but I'm curious on your thoughts, Martini, and what we're going to see this afternoon. Is it going to be Acer continuing to dominate through this postseason?
You know, I can see F3 doing really well, right? They were looking at their ultimate form, as Philibus kind of even mentioned yesterday, and I'm hoping we can see that sort of same gameplay against Acer. Because really, if you think about it, I know technically it was a preseason, but they're technically the incumbent. They had that Grand Finals win already in preseason. They've been maintaining their spot in the top 8. In Master Tier all this time, and they've been killing a lot of these teams.
Yep.
And that's why it was such a big deal when we had seen them finally, someone drew blood against them. And that means there's some potential for someone to beat out Acer, but it's still a tall order, but I can see F3, I honestly can see them doing it.
I mean, Bob, when we've talked about F3, we've talked about them as a team that's really in there. They're striding at this stage in the sprint. They're looking very good as a team. They're the best they've looked, and frankly, I think that's the only way there's any chance of battling Acer, right? You have to be the best you've looked all season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to add on that as a little note, the only team that Acer never beat this season in season 1 here was Aspect. They lost to Aspect. They're the only team they lost to this season. And then they tied Aspect, so they never beat them. But here's the thing. Formula 3 beat Aspect.
Right.
They beat them earlier in this postseason. They knocked them out. Massive upset. Then they beat, they upset everybody yesterday with their matchup. So, I mean, they've been steamrolling through this postseason. If you're going to go up against Acer, you've got to be able to match, their just sheer chaotic nature, and their ability, their abilities as a team. I think Formula 3 has the potential to do that, but of course we'll find out.
Yeah, it is chaos when you look at that Acer roster. Hotline Red, Swift, Epic Gamer, and Plunge coming together to make up a powerhouse on the Acer squad. Martini, we saw maybe some of the best plays we've ever seen out of the Acer team going up against Eternity yesterday. That was a stellar battle from Eternity's side. Is F3, I mean, again, we're gonna have to see if they can kind of replicate any level of that success. And so I gotta wonder, do you think they're gonna take it to ship, or do you think, oh yeah, look at that. I can answer the question. Map 1 is going to be ship, Martini. So do you think that's part of kind of the play, is that they watched how Eternity played against Acer yesterday?
Yeah, I think ship, we talked about it in the previous one, that I was kind of sad that it was actually banned, and I think it has some competitive viability now, and it's definitely a ship. Ship is an interesting map to be utilizing. People argue that it might be more of a neutral map even, and I'm not, do you know which team ended up choosing it for the first one? I wasn't quite sure.
No, I don't know we don't know who the map pick's coming
totally
from.
Yeah, but ship is definitely a very viable map pick, and I think, I was talking in the previous game that Eternity is just a team that consistently does very well, and Acer obviously held their own against them on ship.
Right.
So I'm a little scared for F3. I'm a little scared, but if they bring in the game they had yesterday, I think I can see F3 holding their own against as Acer right here.
I really can. You look at the stats, ship is a 55% win rate for Acer. It's one of their worst maps, their least played maps all season. In comparison, ship kind of in the middle of the pack for Formula 3 with a high win rate of 56%. I say high with that being one of their higher win rates. In comparison, you look at something like Factory or Hideout with Acer, 68% win rates there and 65% win rates. So it's again, all relative at this stage. I feel like we got to hone our eyes into the most important, most recent matchups though, Bob, because while we certainly had plenty of expectations set with those rankings, we don't necessarily have those to rely on, because we've had plenty of upsets, and we are now ready to get into map number 1 of this battle for the NA Grand Finals between Acer and Formula 3. Our first map of the afternoon is going to take us to ship. And we are here. It has taken 13 weeks of regular season gameplay, weekends of postseason action, and we finally got ourselves a battle of the NA Finals. I cannot wait to get into the thick of this pistol round. Martini, your thoughts before we set you away here and get diving into round 1?
F3, they have to show some strong dominance in his first map. Otherwise, this series is not going to be an easy one for them. So they just got to really showcase what they've learned over this past postseason. Otherwise, Acer's got this in the bag, honestly, because they're the incumbent Grand Finals winner.
It is a vital round 1 to that point, Bob, that they take this first set here on the pistol round. It's going to be the easiest set, most likely, of the afternoon on the offense, alongside maybe their second round if they can win here. And so they're being very diligent on their initial approach. The drone work scanning through the top floor. The question is, will they find Red in time? No, Red will actually scoop up their first kill, roaming there on that top floor. They shut down the other side of that B push potentially, and now everyone's going to be focused over onto the A side.
I think if you want to beat Acer Nightfire, you're going to have to play perfectly. That early pick on Angel is not doing F3 any favors right now, but it is still very early in the round. 2 minutes on the clock right now as F3 just kind of fanning out through the helm right now. We see Bot, Lion, and Ondog making their way over to the stairs. Luna upstairs over, it looks like, but yeah, in communications right now, just waiting for any kind of Acer roamer. Minute 50 left on the clock right now, and they're on the move.
They've opened up the hatch to look down into that bottom floor of A. They haven't committed to pushing down into it yet. They're still clearing this upper floor because they're concerned about where that last pick came through. So all three of the players are investing their time and energy into making sure that there's no one that's still up here. That roamer that found this early pick has rotated back down to the bottom floor and rejoined the rest of the team. And so if anything, it's still paying dividends on this early roam in terms of buying time for the team on defense. A big play from Acer early that sets them up nicely. They command the pace essentially because now F3, after roaming that whole top floor, realize no one's home anymore and finally get on with their play down to A.
It really hasn't been a great pistol round for them yet. I mean, they've burned a lot of time just clearing those roams. 50 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to pick up the pace here. We see Luna making their way through the hallway. Epic Gamer over in Infirmary right now. We're getting down to half a minute on the clock, and Formula 3 still aren't on the site. Hotline will take out Bot as Luna securing the securing the kill on Epic Gamer. Here comes the breaching foam, and here comes the entries. Frags are exchanged between the two teams. We see a couple of frags go off. Hotline picking up some damage from Ondog. Plunge secures that kill as Luna going for the EMP, almost being taken out by Hotline, will be taken out by Hotline as they are moving to defuse that EMP. Hotline finds Lion. Round one is going to go to Acer.
At the end of the day, not a terrible loss, Martini. The bomb plant does put cash into the team's pocket when they do go into this next round, and so it could have been worse, but still 4 left alive on the Acer side as they do advance up 1-0.
I mean, I really got to echo the point that Gibby Labrada made earlier that F3's really got to play their best and even arguably perfect game against Acer. Otherwise, this is not going to be working out too much for them. And that's what we saw there. They, funny enough, they had one roamer pick, and that was it. But that was enough to really send F3 into kind of a huge worry, and it caused a lot of time wasting. And I think that's another thing that people always forget about. It's this time wasting value is actually a really big deal because it adds more and more pressure onto the attacking team, which is what we saw. F3, if we think about it, they didn't really start having a play happen until about 45 seconds left in the round, which that's a huge deal. That forces them to have a lot of pressure. And even though they got the plant off, obviously that puts Acer in a really good spot to be able to hold out and just kind of play to their guns. Take a little bit of a breath, and they really have it. They just have to hold down till the very end, right? But they had the easy picks off in the end there, and things worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, they certainly did. We are into the thick of it here as we dive into round 2 of the North American Grand Finals. It's the top teams competing this afternoon for a chance at $2,000 in cash, hardware from HyperX, lifetime subscription from Helga, and the prestige of first place in season 1 of the Breachers VRML. It's a decent chunk of change and a decent prize pool on the line this afternoon. We'll have to see how F3 execute, entering in onto the attack with the first 30 seconds gone, and Angel here up onto the top floor.
And there's only ever going to be one season 1, if that makes sense. So it's on the line for both of these teams right now as we see Ondog, Bot, Lion making their way over, around navigation along with Angel there. F3 are picking a different side to attack this site. Usually you see the pushes coming through communications. That's going to be site A, but this time it looks like Formula 3 are trying to wrap around navigation, which is site B here. 2 minutes on the clock. They got plenty of time to play this. Epic Gamer keeping an eye on that door blocker. What they're doing probably right now is looking for feet. We see some shots being fired through that communications wall as it looks like Ondog and Angel might be ready to make a move over here on navigation. There goes the drilling from Ondog. Epic Gamer Hotline getting ready to push in. Epic Gamer will find one. Will be refragged by Angel as Hotline refrags. Angel, we see Hotline dropping a second on Luna. That Vezin coming into play there. Plunge drops Lion as it's now just down to Bot.
Yikes, F3 getting picked apart here by the Acer defense, offense. Oh, that's a great read. You really get a great perspective when you don't see through the walls how quickly these players are reacting to these movements, because while we certainly can see them coming, they can't, and Bot catches a great headshot there to put them down to 3. Damage done to the economy, end of day. Not huge investments coming through from the Acer squad, specifically for this reason. If they do lose more than 2 more players, they're in a bad spot. They overinvest, so that's info gathered and used by Bot. They know where that Vezin is, and Bot finds a beautiful tap onto Red's head.
I'm loving the reaction, the speed we're seeing here from Bot. And of course, you know, there's not a whole lot of time to react to this. Bot's going to see a head pop up, instantly clicks that head with the Taurus, finds another one on plunge. This could be an insane clutch if we see it, but this is going to be the hardest challenge for Bot yet, because now it's down to Swift
18.
with the Vezin. If you're taking a look at Swift here, you can see just the absolute speed, tossing a frag over. That might catch Bot. It won't. Bot pushing up, looking for some damage on Swift. Bot takes out Swift as we see the first big clutch of the night. And there you have it. F3 came to play against Acer tonight.
It's the NA Grand Finals, and we're tied up 1 apiece. Massive clutch. Was that 4 or 5 kills from Bot there to lock in the round with the Taurus? The team coming over for some high fives, and what a fight there from the F3 squad. This is why they're here, Martini.
I mean, credit to the F3 players. And if I recall, OnDog is one of the co-authors of that Taurus Bible. Looks like they might have given it a good couple lessons, because I did not think they were going to come out of this. I was about to talk about Acer's, excellent usage of the utility and how they got a lot of knowledge from that, and it allowed them to get some easy picks off. But I mean, at this point, the clutch potential from F3, I think this shows that, I was gonna say you have to play a perfect game, but no, it looks like F3 has that much skill to actually get clutch plays against Acer. So I'm just saying Acer's gotta watch out behind their backs, because F3's definitely be fighting this one all the way till the very end.
Well, Bob, you said it best. This is the first clutch of the NA Finals. It's not the last, that's for sure, as we get ready to dive back into the action for round number 3.
We see Red all the way up in Helm right now. 2 minutes 50 left on the clock. Yeah, by no means could that be the only big clutch we see tonight right now in F3. They're definitely loving that extra eco that they get off of that win against Acer. 2.5 minutes left on the clock as we see Angel heading all the way up, but here's Red on the flank.
Yes, indeed. They invested in that last time, and it had consequences when they set that 5th out on the offense. We're seeing Angel potentially getting, if they were to rotate all the way around to the other side of ship, they would run into that prediction from Red, essentially. I gotta wonder, though, if F3 are just going to stick together, kind of avoid getting too spread apart, or if they are going to try and split the attention of Acer. I don't know. I truly don't know what the secret sauce is to get a win against this Acer squad, and I don't know that there's any team that has truly figured that out. They're still searching for it, that secret sauce. It's like the McDonald's sauce of the Big Mac. Maybe they can make it themselves here on the F3 side, though, and we'll see as we do get into the action now after a minute of scouting.
Epic Gamer looking for that drone as OnDog looking to secure a possible kill on Epic Gamer. Red just heading back up those stairs as Luna picking up some damage there. Epic Gamer over by Red Engine right now will find a kill on Luna, looking for a second, possibly finds OnDog. No, will be refragged by Angel. Here comes Bot on the flank, and here comes Red on the flank. Can we see the counterplay from Formula 3? No, Bot turns away at the exact wrong time, but OnDog finding that pick on Red as it's now a 4 versus 3. We're seeing a minute on the clock right now. Acer down in numbers, but by no means are they out of this round.
4v3, F3 on the attack, no less, here are looking beautiful as they set themselves up, opening up the B site, cracking the shell, and looking in for the clam, looking for the oyster, looking for the pearl of the defense of Acer. They're not going to find anything just yet, although a good flash onto Swift does push them back. A nice smoke here, denying Hotline vision down to the A site. They could push in for an EMP plant, but they don't want to overextend. Nades and utility follow up that smoke, and Hotline goes down to half HP. F3 full and healthy with 4 alive, still waiting to push in, still playing it safe. They don't have time, Bob. 20 seconds. Ondog finds one breaking in through the shell of A. Now they're going to rotate around and on the hunt for Hotline, who's still tucked in somehow and alive. Swift plays the short corner. They go down, and Hotline's all that left with a pistol in hand, and it's nowhere near enough to battle back the fully kitted F3 offense. He'll go down. F3 put on another beautiful offensive round. It's 2 offensive rounds locked in, Martini, on ship. That's huge.
I mean, dominant. That's what I gotta say right now. Just dominant showing right now from F3. 4 players up against a team, like not just any team. This ain't pubs. This ain't even like lower ladder stuff. This is literally one of the top teams in the NA, and I'm just shocked that they had 4 players up. I always talk about how many players up and how dominant of a showing that is for that round, and 4 players up in F3 showcasing that they know what they're doing. It's almost like they're reading what's going on, knowing how to attack these players. And, on top of that, the previous round has definitely showed some impact there, as that left a 4v5 in terms of Bezins, right, for these 2 teams. And, I mean, some of the strong coordinated pushes that we're seeing from F3's team is just going crazy.
Nuts.
Even when someone gets picked off or you think they're about to be picked off, someone else is there to follow up and knock down that player for a potential refrag. And, I mean, just dominant right now, but I mean, we'll have to see. It's still early on.
I saw someone in chat. If F3 wins this, I'll donate $20. Well, I I hope I know what round you're talking about, because I expect to see a donation now coming through. I'm kidding. No expectations of donations. We appreciate all of them that do come in, though. It does go back and support the VRML. And just like we're about to support these players in casting what is going to be a great round 4 as the hatch opens up and Luna gets ready to follow up the drone entering into A site.
Well, if you're like Martini, last game he bet $20 and he didn't end up winning there. So please bet responsibly. As we see currently red downstairs, a drone moving over into communications hotline back by the terminal. Swift and hotline both in communications right now. They've got to watch out for red over here on Formula 3. Red can do a lot of damage to their team if they're not being careful about their flank watch. 2 minutes on the clock right now. We see both Luna and Ondog using those cloaking devices. Lion getting that breaching foam on the wall, getting ready for a push as we see red making their way up the stairs slowly but surely, looking for a pick. This is a pretty big eco round from Acer, but can red do some damage on the flank here? We see there's the breach. Double frags moving in from Formula 3, and here comes red. They're not watching the flank, but Bot was watching the flank all along. I didn't even spot Bot.
He was blending into the blue. He really blended in there. I could barely see him too. Suddenly bullets just started swinging. I thought, there's no way they're this confident in that nobody's pushing the stairs, and so it makes sense that one was covering it. They all barrel into A site because they are confident that no one's behind the stairs. Ondog scoops up a triple, and they lock in a third offensive round. 3-1. Beating Acer. Formula 3 beating Acer 3-1 in map 1. I don't think anyone in chat saw this coming. I thought we'd at least be tied or close, but it is a nice 2-point lead. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing out of control. Acer still can battle it back the first half, but Martini, we are into the thick of it now.
I mean, this is really F3 in their ultimate form. I don't care what you said about anyone, not you, but like what I'm saying, you as the viewer, what people said about them early on in the season. But I mean, they got 1, 2, 3 rounds won against Acer in a row. And I mean, what else can you say about that? Like, if they keep showing this sort of gameplay, they might be honestly the grand finalists here. But we will have to see, because I mean, what I saw that round was just coordination. I keep seeing that from F3, right? They had a really strong push with that flash coming in, and then having, I think, 2-3 players barreling right into that room and knocking down those Acer players. They were scrambling around. It really did look like chickens running around with their heads off. I'm just saying, with the coordination that F3 is showcasing here, I'm getting a little worried for Acer.
Yeah, it is, well, maybe the second time Acer will face a loss the entirety of this season. I think they've lost maps before, but not a series. So maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, and we certainly are. It's only a 2-point lead. We can't be getting. It's looking like our number 7 is beating our number 1 right now on ship. But this is also Acer's worst map, or at least their least effective map, I should say. They're not really bad on any map. Neither is F3. So it's going to be a battle all the way through, no matter where we go. As Hotline almost gets grenaded, pushed back, and Lion finds the kill on the rotation. That's the beauty of a 1-2 punch from the team. I love to see it. A great read from Lion. That nade was intended to force that rotation, and you have to have the lines of sights ready like that, Bob, so you can capitalize when the player has to rotate out of a nade.
Absolutely. We see Luna actually right outside of the red engine right now. Here's Epic Gamer on the flank. Was actually there in the previous push for this site and got shut down by Formula 3. We'll see if it happens again. They've got to keep an eye on their flank. 1:50 left on the clock. Here comes Epic Gamer getting ready to round the corner. Oh, they're not watching. Finds one on Luna. Drops a second on Dog, and a great flank there. They've done a lot of damage to this F3 push. Things are starting to look a little bit more dangerous for them, especially now as Red finding Angel. 1.5 on the clock. Lion looking for Red, but yeah, it's getting tough for Formula 3 in this round.
Yes, it is indeed. This Acer squad, when they smell blood in the water, they're able to hunt just as well as any other team, if not the best at hunting. And, well, it's now Bot and Lion with wounds. They are down to the last 2 on the Formula 3 squad, and the Acer team smells blood in the water. That aggression from Red scooping up a kill there, and now it really is up to Bot inside still, waiting for Lion to reconnect on the outside of A, and then the duo will pitch in. A big kill from Lion to kick things off, maybe get things back into order. They have to keep their retreat going because, again, Acer is the team that's not afraid to swing out of bounds looking for kills.
And they're going to have to do it quickly because 40 seconds left on the clock. Bot does have that EMP. He will get a heal off, but is just looking towards the back of the site for Acer. Epic Gamer over by the right there. Lion looking to reinforce by that exterior wall. Bot finding Epic Gamer, looking for a second on Plunge as some fires exchange. But look at this, time's expiring. They have to get in
15.
soon. Lion finds Swift. Bot looking to get that EMP planted as Plunge looking to take out Bot. And it might happen. Yeah, there goes Bot. Now there's just 9 seconds left on the clock. Lion has to push for the kill, but Plunge is heading upstairs. 5 seconds left on the clock. Can it happen in time?
They got it!
Oh my goodness, at the last second.
Come on.
Plunge upstairs now needs to push for Lion, and it's all coming down to this and what could be the second big clutch from F3, but Plunge looking to wrap things up for Acer, doing a very good job. Found 1 kill. Oh my goodness, almost found Lion right there. It's just coming down to a battle of, swinger gets swung, but look at this. Plunge is going to have to defuse that EMP soon. What an angle as Plunge finds Lion. It's going to clutch up there for Acer with how much time left on that EMP? 24 seconds. Plenty of time left for Acer.
Come on, we're here watching the best players in this game play and fight for a chance at first and second place in North America. There are over 60 or 70 North American teams that compete. It takes things like that, Martini. Aim like that to hit shots like that to get them round wins. I'm going to play the replay again, but you get into what was a huge clutch for Acer.
I mean, for a can I call it a counter clutch? I don't even know what to call it, because F3 for a second looked like they're about to be losing there. Then they sort of had, these 2 really important picks there that allowed them to have that potential of winning out that round. They had a really good push in, and unfortunately, I think their teammate wasn't doing the best job at really clearing out that room, because they thought that room was cleared, and I think that's why they went for that plant. Unfortunately, it gave Acer the space to be able to take over it and really do a reverse clutch player. I don't even know what to call it, because I thought I saw a clutch play from F3, but then Acer came back in, and especially with the nasty angle. I mean, I was literally like, we're talking, inches of space maybe to really get a pick off on that F3 player. So definitely also showcasing Acer's excellent map knowledge and how to attack players.
Insane start to the NA Finals. Exactly what I wanted, Bob. Exactly what I was hoping Formula 3 would bring to the table on the offense. It's a beautiful set from them so far, but Acer are clinging back. They are fighting back. They're looking to at least tie the first half, and if there's ever a team that can fight back F3, take some attacking rounds of their own, it would be a team like Acer. Epic Gamer finding the first kill onto Ondog, and the rest of the team vaulting down onto A site. The battle unfolds. Another kill getting scooped up, this time by Epic Gamer again as Lion tries to find the frag. They can't get it, and they back off. A drop down into Epic Gamer's line of sight. Again, another kill from them. There's the fourth.
It could be an ace from Epic Gamer right now, but this hasn't gone well for Formula 3 at all. As we see Bot bouncing a frag off the roof. That's not good. Not what you want to put up against Acer, because, again, you got to be playing at perfection here. If Acer spots a mistake, they're going to capitalize off of it. They do it so well, it's almost instinctive. You know, they just kind of react to these players in such an efficient way, and they find these kills. And you see that with Epic Gamer. They're finding those picks on Formula 3. They just kind of kept feeding Epic Gamer over there, looking for that kill. But right now, it's coming down to bots. The last remaining F3 players standing. If they do lose this round, F3 will have enough money to buy some vessels. But there goes Epic Gamer, and there goes, the hopes of the ace from Epic Gamer. But we do see Bot. Could Bot clutch up again? I mean, Bot did this once. I wouldn't put it past anybody. I wouldn't put it past anything right now that we could see that happen.
Oh my gosh, my heart can't take all these clutches. My brain can, because it's incredible gameplay, and I love to see it. I can't believe Bot went for that play. They didn't need to at all. I thought the eco was I was 100% about to pass it to Martini to chat about the eco that was about to happen with Bot. Instead, they send it with a flash down to sight. They get the kill. They back off the defense. They allow themselves now this room to poke around outside of A. It's going to be tough to find the next set of kills, but still, it's Bot here trying to clutch things up again for the team.
Bot does have 40 seconds left here. There's time, but there's not a lot of it. Red dropping off of that terminal over there, as we do see Swift over in communications. Red rotating back over there now. Bot has got to move, and Bot is actually in communications right now, looking for Red. I don't think Red noticed. No, Red did notice. Yeah. Red 100% noticed that. And Bot will go down, tying it up, giving Acer this game back in their favor.
3-3 first half. Martini, do you feel this is in Acer's favor just yet? I mean, I don't know that they can relax at all. They got to go on a strong attacking set now on Ship.
I mean, people always say that Ship tends to be a little bit more defensive oriented, so they would definitely have to showcase some really strong showing on the attacking side. But I mean, if anyone's gonna be showing that, it's definitely gonna be a team like Acer. But the fact that we've seen F3 hold up such a good fight against Acer, I mean, look at this. It's map 1, 3-3. Like we're still tied. They might force a 6-6. We'll have to see. And I think the fact that F3 is holding such a good game against Acer showcases that they have the potential to do this. Unfortunately, they are kind of falling into some certain mistakes, right? They allowed a player like Epic Gamer to have an almost near perfect round, as they kind of unintentionally created like a little death funnel for Acer, and as they shut down the attack from F3 very well. And the thing they can't rely on Bot having all these clutch gameplays, right? That's not the way to win games. I mean, it looks like they might be hoping for that.
Well, hey, I don't know. Is it a way to win? We'll see if it's a way to win games. That's what we'll see, won't we? We'll find out today if you can rely on Bot to clutch all the rounds you need when it comes down to it. I think you're right there, Martini. It's a little risky to rely on Bot to play good all the day. But hey, they certainly have been executing fantastically so far on Ship. Let's see how the defensive set goes as we swap sides, reset economy, go into the pistol round, and get ready to dive into round 7.
And here we have Acer making their moves very early. I mean, yeah, you could argue that Ship is defender-sided, but Acer's not a team that follows, traditional rules kind of created by the Breachers community, and they can set the pace when they're on the attack. So I think we could definitely see some very interesting plays here by this team. Now, 2 minutes 10 left on the clock as we see some gunfire exchange. That might catch Swift. It will catch Swift. Luna finding the kill on Swift as Epic Gamer finds Luna. Will be refragged by Ondog as Hotline refrags Ondog. It's now down to a 3 versus 3 Lion Julian on the stairs over there looking for the flank. May catch Plunge, but Plunge going for the flank watch and finds that kill on Lion. It's now a 2 versus 3 as a frag is tossed way in the back of Kitchen right now. Minute 40 left on the clock. Hotline going down that hallway. Red rotating through the infirmary right now. Bot and Angel certainly have their work cut out for them. Angel looking for some damage onto Red as Hotline will rotate around through the kitchen. Finds one on Bot. Closes it out with a second on Angel.
That's a big start for Acer, Martini. The pistol round in their hands on offense, a exact replica of what we saw F3 execute on. Are we headed for a 6-6, or is F3 going to let this one spiral?
I'm a little worried. I mean, we're seeing them kind of trade blow for blow here, and I thought those early round picks were going to be a big enough deal for F3 to be able to secure that one out, but it wasn't quite enough. And I just showcases how strong of a force that Acer is. You cannot let go of any kind of pressure. You have to hold it up until the very end here. And unfortunately, that didn't quite work out as they tried pushing a little bit more onto it, but Acer, they were there, ready for the response, and he knocked out one of the roamers and getting a really strong push on a site there, and they were just not ready for that. And again, I mean, Bob was trying their best to hold down that corner, and it didn't work out in the end. And I don't know what else to say, but like Acer's aggression is really helping them here, because you think they're in one area, but then suddenly they're in another area in that same room that you were just in, and it's just excellent usage of, I think player psychology and how to move against them, and that's what we're seeing with Acer, just smart attacks. I don't know.
Cool feature there with Red juggling, trying to get some nervous energy out before they dive into the action. Or I don't know, maybe not nervous energy. Maybe they're just confident flying in here on the attack, pushing into A site. No stall in time. Like you said, Bob, they're not wasting any time on these pushes.
No, yeah, I could watch a 10-hour GIF or a 10-hour video of Red juggling, by the way. Anyways, Acer not a team likely to lose on the mental game. Their confidence is king on this team, and you can definitely see it in the way that they play. Even after losing rounds, they still take risks. They still try the crazy Acer plays that you often see. Hotline finds the kill on Angel. Luna picking up a lot of damage through that smoke, looking to push up. Does actually secure a kill on Epic Gamer. Oh my goodness. Finds Hotline as well. Swift taking out Luna's Plunge, finding the kill on Bot. Red will take out, Lion will take out Red, dropping a second on Plunge as Swift finds on Dog. Swift closing things out with a very nice clutch for Acer. It's now a 2-round difference, 5-3 to Acer.
Not terrible, but still a big win from the Acer squad. Lots of kills coming through, Martini, and so we may see a full buy here from both ends. I think it's going to be pretty easy for F3 to cover that, but no utility on their side, and actually a partial buy with Onda picking up a Viper. But your thoughts there? I mean, it's Acer starting to look good again.
I mean, that momentum, I think that's what we're going to see here potentially. F3 has to disrupt this momentum from Acer. Otherwise, I think they're going to be able to roll this into that 7-3 potentially. Who knows what to find out here. But, Bob had a really good point that Acer's mental game, I think, is probably one of the strongest things here. It doesn't matter how much of a disadvantage they're in. It doesn't matter if they've been down 3 rounds in a row. They're going to hold it out. They're going to still play very aggressive. And that's what we're seeing here, just strong, coordinated attacks. That the same thing we were seeing from FB earlier, but Acer, I think I could argue maybe they're doing those coordinated attacks just a little bit better against Acer. As we see, every time they enter a room, they know exactly where to pre-fire, and they know how to attack a site. And it really is, I think, a show to watch on how they decide to attack these sites.
I mean, take notes, learn, develop skills from these teams. They're the best of the best fighting it out here. Our underdog in F3 doing a great job competing against the #1 seeded Acer team, the best team playing across the league all season. They have a fantastic record with only 1 loss. And, F3 certainly would like to give them their second one this afternoon, wouldn't they, Bob? They certainly would love to find a point or two, especially here on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Ondog taking out that drone as Hotline Swift making their way down the blue stairs. They're looking to challenge that red hallway once again. I'll tell you, Formula 3 has got to do something very soon to get some momentum back here, or else they're going to find themselves on the receiving end of a Acer match point for map 1. We see a frag toss by Formula 3, not finding it. Was that by Formula 3? I'm not sure. Yeah, it was. It was by Luna. Wow, what a bounce on there. It looks like Epic Gamer trying to find that kill on Luna, who's getting into a gunfight right now. They're exchanging some shots down that hallway, just looking for those headshots there. A minute 40 left on the clock, and Acer's got to make a move here pretty soon.
Yes, they do. It is well, not do or die quite yet. Luna here still holding things down, though. They'll certainly want to get rid of the threat of Luna hitting them from the side and the rear while they push in. I don't want to ignore Luna, which they might end up doing as they do kind of shift over towards the B side. Maybe ignoring Luna is the right call, though. If they're in B and they have control, Ondog's fighting for every bit of space they can get. They'll get flanked all the way around by Epic Gamer. Maybe they thought that was their team defending because of how far they were on the other side as the final kill's locked in. 1 point away from map 1 going into Acer's hands, and dang, they're looking good. Acer on peak form here, 6-3. Just, again, that one offensive round away, Martini. What's the solution for F3 now? They almost got nothing in the tank to bring to this round.
I was just about to talk about it. F3, I'm not seeing the same confidence that I was seeing, honestly, on the attacking side. We saw aggression. We saw them be hard and just attacking. And I think that's what they need on their attacking side. They're kind of reacting and not in such a good way against a team like Acer. I mean, against Acer, you can't just be good on the attacking side. You got to be good on both, like excellent on both sides. And we keep seeing this time and time again. Acer's having these really amazing pushes that sometimes, I think we saw at the end there, the players are literally like turning around because they didn't expect Acer to be in a very specific spot. And again, that just showcases, I hate to really sound like it, now I sound like an Acer fanboy, but excellent knowledge of how to attack sites, confuse their enemies, and really exploit what people expect other players to be doing, and they're using that against them as they're making these strong, coordinated attacks against F3, and it's not looking good for them, to be honest.
It really isn't. The best F3 can do now, Bob, is tie this series, and that's a pretty big ask even to get this round here, as they do try and nade in. It actually catches the drone, so it doesn't completely go ineffective there as it bounces off the inside door. Still, though, 5 alive, fully kitted Acer attackers going up against some Tauruses, some Taurus believers on the F3 side. We'll see if they believe hard enough as Red finds the first kill. Angels roaming on this top floor. Figured they might run into something soon, but haven't found any action just yet. Maybe they'll vault out the door or out the window to try and catch some kills. They could find Plunge droning there on the stairs if they're fortunate, but they won't overcommit, and Plunge is tucked in tight enough that Angel couldn't spot them. So for now, the roam hasn't caught any kills.
Yeah, it was just kind of a perspective thing, and we see Angel heading through the red hallway right into the crosshair of Epic Gamer. They now know that the flank is done on this team, so they're pushing over into the workshop. You love to see the confidence from Acer as they drop 1, 2, 3 kills to take map 1 of this grand finals.
A beautiful swing in from Epic Gamer to scoop up the kills they needed on site. Absolutely clutching up the round, and Acer take that map. Like you said, a nice start to this best of 3. For those just tuning in, this is the North American Grand Finals, and we've got our first map in the books, Martini. It was a thriller through and through, quite frankly, but now I'm concerned because Acer look like they are running away with the momentum. They look like they're looking good, feeling good. We're going to go to a map that's not necessarily their weak point coming up here, because I feel like if there was ever a weak point for Acer, it is ship.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see that gameplay from F3. They had a good couple rounds coming into this, but they didn't hold that momentum up. And as we saw, Acer picked up the momentum and just started running away with it. And I mean, I think their confidence really would. I mean, I saw some really aggressive peeking there.
Yeah.
That just goes to show that Acer is feeling like they're really finding their stride now, and just running away with it. And unfortunately, F3 has, I think, just a mental break or mental reset here, because I think they might have lost their ground there, and unfortunately it let out Acer be able to run away with this.
Yeah, it really did. An unfortunate stellar start to that series again. Bob, they looked so good going into this up 3-1. I felt, wow, are we seeing Formula 3 actually do what we're thinking they can do this afternoon? Challenge our number 1 seeded squad, Acer. But now I'm right back to where I think everyone else was at the start of the series, thinking, well, Acer's looking good. They're just going to take this second map and be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a good start from Formula 3, but Acer, I mean, like I said at the beginning of this, you got to play perfection when you're playing against Acer.
Yeah.
They are not a team that will go quietly by any means, and I mean, you're seeing that here. They're playing just a great game of Breachers. F3 started off with some very, very nice momentum, but you can see how quickly, if you let your guard down, if you lose even just a round, how quickly Acer can bounce back. And of course, you know, when it gets down to those pistol rounds, winning those pistol rounds are so important because it's going to give them that extra little eco boost against Acer. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a rough map too for Formula 3, but they knew that this was going to be a rough match going into it. So hopefully their mental is not destroyed by this and they're ready to go in to the next map.
That's a beautiful point. If we all know that that we're feeling this way about Acer and the players are feeling, you know, the community feels this way about Acer, I'm sure that F3 is well aware of the power of Acer. And yeah, they didn't come in unafraid or unprepared, I presume. So I think we're still going to see a great fight from this F3 team going into our next couple of maps. But for now, we're going to go to a brief timeout. A 10-minute timeout has been called. We're already about 4 minutes into it. So what we'll do is we'll run a brief Acer interview where you can get an insight into the Acer team. And when we come back, we'll be ready to dive right in to map number 2 in this North American Grand Finals. Do not go anywhere. We will be back with eventually, potentially, I suppose, a possible series point for a series map for, it is a series map for Acer if they can take it. So we may have a winner crowned after the end of next map. You don't want to miss the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today I'm with Team Acer, currently the #1 seed in NA right now. How did you feel heading into your matchup against Devourer?
I felt pretty normal. I mean, I've played so many different matches. I played so many BMMs. I know the players I'm playing against. I wasn't worried at all.
I mean, I knew we were gonna 7-0 from the start, so I was like,
yeah,
no
sure.
biggie. What do you mean, sure?
Crying about your aim beforehand, but it's okay. Fucking bitch, I'm honest.
A little nervous that they might like pull something out of their sleeves, I guess.
Kind of like the same as everybody else. I kind of just felt like it was going to be a 14-0, and you know, if we lost a round, then we're just.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured we were going to win. The real question was by how much.
There are ways to get easily punished in pistol rounds, and if you're easily punishing them, then it's kind of.
Is there anything you feel that you need to improve upon heading into this weekend, or do you feel kind of like you have everything good to go? Do you have any kind of plans heading into the weekend, or you know, are you gonna scrim anybody this week to prepare for it? Or are you just gonna kind of go in and play?
We're trying to get scrims as
Yeah.
much as we can.
Okay.
No one wants to scrim us anymore. Yeah.
I mean, because most of
the
the time we only scrim the top teams, and obviously they're in the bracket right now, so they're not gonna scrim someone who they could fight finals or the next match.
Awesome. Okay, and then in the the quarterfinals, which is what we just had, or I guess going into this weekend, who do you feel is the biggest competition? Who do you think would put up more of a fight to you?
Probably would be Eternity.
I'm thinking Wicked's probably thinking if Wicked can pull it through, then I think you know, they're going to be pretty challenging when we play them. If we play them, if they beat F3, no one knows.
I don't know. Wicked usually does better than F3 against us, but I wouldn't call them either of them like.
How do you feel about the upsets with A3 and Infinity?
Oh, that was incredible. I mean, I thought for sure it was going to be your team and Aspect heading into the finals, but it was surprising. I mean, watching Formula 3 taking out Aspect, and then Wicked took out Infinity. I mean, on that note, were any of you predicting that, or?
I was kind of expecting Wicked to beat Infinity, but I was
Really?
not expecting F3 to beat Aspect.
Awesome, cool.
I was hoping that F3 won, but you know, it was kind of back and forth through the match. I was like, I want Aspect to win, I want F3 to win.
I feel like we all wanted F3 and Wicked to pull through, but none of us really expected it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, well, once again, that is going to do it for us from the VRML.
shit.
Again, we do thank Acer for joining us this evening. Determined, Tech9, Hotline, Plunge, Swift, and Red. Thank you all. Good luck in the finals. I'm Gibular Bob, and we'll see you all in the next interview. Have a great night, everybody.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to dive into map number 2 of this best of 3. If you're just tuning in, it's the North American Grand Finals. My name's Nightfire at 2Es, and I'm joined by Martini and Gibular Bob on the desk for a stellar afternoon of North American Breachers action. Frankly, an afternoon of just Breachers action. EU was amazing games to tune into. So far, we've had a fantastic third-place battle, and now we get to see if F3 can put up a contest against this Acer squad on what seems to be our second map of the afternoon on Skyscraper. Martini, I want to get your thoughts on Skyscraper before we dive into it.
You know, Skyscraper, I always says leans a little bit more one way, but it really depends on the teams playing. We've seen some dominant gameplay from both F3 and Acer, but it looks like they might be better at the attacking team. So I'm curious to see how they decide to attack Skyscraper. But anyways, it looks like we might be hopping in a little bit earlier than Nightfire.
No, we are ready to dive in, and it is going to be the map 2 here of the afternoon, the series decider to see if Acer will be crowned our first place team, and it's on Skyscraper. right. 15 seconds now, Martini. Squeeze in your skyscraper thoughts. Let's go. Now I need all your thoughts. Let's go.
I think F3, as long as they come in really strong and get a couple rounds on his first half, they should be fine on the defensive side. But again, I'm not betting against that because Acer has just been dominating, and I'm expecting to see the same exact kind of gameplay coming up.
I mean, shit's hard to predict, Bob, because I feel like it's honestly at this point in my mind like a 50-50 map. I don't know how it's going to go. People can win attacking rounds clearly at the top level. It's not necessarily one-sided, but Skyscraper, I feel a little more rooted in my beliefs that it does have that defensive side advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it all comes down to, I mean, that's why I love Ship. That's why it's my favorite map. You know, it's so 50-50 about it. People say it's offense-sided. People say it's defense-sided. But it really comes down to how you play.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I think it's my favorite map, and I'm gonna be really excited to see Arctic in the map pool next season. I'm curious. I've heard a lot of opinions about it so far, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens there. But anyways, getting into this round, we're seeing F3. This is an interesting start by this team. 4 people upstairs. You've got Ondog, Luna, Angel all moving into the green room. Here's Bot right off a green room as well. Dare I say they're going for a hatch play?
Oh, God.
That's what I was thinking. That's what the indicator is here, that they are shifting over to the hatch. And Martini, from the analyst desk, Martini chimed in because they have a true disdain for the hatch play. And we haven't seen one really work well. Outside of, I would say, the only hatch play that does find success a lot is the hatch play on Factory on the middle floor site, and the hatch play just above B. That hatch is pretty effective a lot of the time with utility and grenades. This one, definitely not a good one to drop down. If I feel like onto A, you're super exposed and you have very little place to duck into cover. But B, there's a chance that you can rotate around, find the kills, get into some of that 3/4 cover with some of the objects, maybe scoop up a nice nade bounce kill, but so far nothing coming through for the Acer offense and the swap teams there, because Acer is attacking an Acer is defending and F3 are attacking. I had them backwards. Now we're all squared away, and F3 still not able to find one yet.
Yeah, Martini, definitely concerned because we saw this earlier. We saw a hatch play in Eternity versus Wicked. That didn't end too well. Oh my goodness, Red is about to pick up a kill on Angel. Yeah, they know where the roamer is. You can see the ping was lightning fast from Angel over there onto Red. Luna, Lion making their way over, just looking for Red, but Red's long gone at this point. Oh no, Red is coming back, potentially looking for another kill. Hotline will take out Bot as Epic Gamer and Red both downstairs in lobby right now. Luna dropping right into the crosshair of Epic Gamer as Hotline, making their way into the fray. Now Lion will find one, but will be refragged by Epic Gamer to give Acer their first round here on Skyscraper.
It's the pistol round. It's defensive sided, but Martini, that looked pretty dang good from the Acer squad. They absolutely overwhelmed F3 there.
Yeah, let's drop the whole hatch stuff, because y'all know my opinion on that, or at least hatch drop plays. Hatch drop, right, I can see a hatch play. The hatch drop plays are very, very different. But it was kind of weird, you know, watching F3 walk into this round. I was curious to see, like, okay, they're playing second floor above. Are they doing a hatch drop? Where are they going? But it kind of looked like they were just walking around, kind of just having a stroll in the park. Am I playing around? And unfortunately, they didn't really get any execution off of what I was, you know, expecting them to play off of the second floor. As Acer obviously responded, which makes sense. And then they had people set up, get ready, and that unfortunately allowed F3 to get kind of collapsed into, and they started panicking towards the end there. And I'm just kind of curious what F3 was kind of going for in that previous round on what they were trying to attack. And we got to see a little bit more stronger direction, I think, from F3 coming in as Skyscraper, right? This is it. If they lose this one, we're going home early.
I know, and speaking of going home early, we may end up having that giveaway end. Well, it's going to be ending at the end of map 2 no matter what, so do be prepared for that. To get entered into it now, exclamation point VRML, to get yourself a chance at a free Cloud Core HyperX headset. A big shout out to them for sponsoring us, and a big shout out to Epic Gamer for finding the first kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as F3 keep things 4-4.
Yeah, and here we go. 2.5 minutes left on the clock as F3 playing the hatches again. We see Hotline over in B, but Red upstairs again. That problematic flanker for F3 is just putting in so much work, finding those picks, disrupting that push from Formula 3, and then just escaping, you know, right back to the rest of the team. It's great roaming that we're seeing here from Acer. Angel's going to go back over to the hatch, but it's a pretty bruised F3 offense that we're looking at right now.
It's a one thing to really recognize, that these roamers don't linger around. They don't stay too long on that roam. They rejoin once they've done their job and found the early advantage they need, because quite frankly, if you're still on the roam and the rest of the team pushes in, you're not there to defend. So you kind of nullifies the whole purpose of finding those early picks. And it is just really good play from Acer to keep themselves locked down on defense here. They're playing diligently. They're finding kills. And when they have even a sniff of an advantage, when it's 4-2, 4-1, they are hunting for that final kill. It's no easy it's hard to lose that way too. I think is kind of something to know. You know, when you do get hunted down by the defense, that can impact your psyche to some degree. And it's impressive to see the F3 squad stay mentally focused going into this map too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, Hotline finding a great headshot there onto Bot. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, Acer is not a team that's going to be shaken mentally. And it's, yeah, again, good on F3. So far, it looks like they're not losing their focus here. I'm wondering if this is impacting their confidence, though. I think, I'm wondering if, it might be better to just rush the site, see where you get with that kind of strategy. But of course, that could be very dangerous. We see Angel finds the kill on Hotline. Red will swing out on Angel, and Lion refragging Red, and it's now a 1 versus 2.
I mean,
down to Lion, but look at this. Lion actually recovered a Vezin from this.
The only Vezin on the field.
Big overextension from Acer here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Plunge waiting in the B2 lounge will go down. It's now just down to Swift, who's over in the booth. Lions got their head down. That Vezin starting to run a little low on ammo. 8 seconds left on the clock. Lions either got to do or die, plant the EMP or go for the kill. They're going to plant that. No, let's shook them off. And the time is out. Oh, and Swift finds the kill too. A very, very good round there from Acer. Yeah, it comes down to that, that split-second decision there, Martini. Do you go for the plant? Do you go for the kill? And ultimately, Lion, I think, made the wrong choice there.
There's a lot of psychological choices, and I think this is us obviously all in retrospect, so it's very different. But a lot of players, I think, by now know that they're gonna do that little fake out so it's a fake out from both sides, right? They do a little fake out because someone else expects the attacker to come run in, but then the attacker does the run in, pulls back though, knowing that the one planting is most likely going to be going for the plant. I know I would have gone in for the plant, I think, because considering the time restraints. The fact that you would have had to get a crazy pick in under a split 1 or 2 second difference is you're better off just going for the EMP plant and really securing it as much as possible. And that's us again talking in this hindsight, but I gotta credit to those early round roamers from Acer. We've saw them get a lot of good value. It's almost like they were reading F3, and again, I think they've done their homework against F3 to see how they normally do their attacks. But anyways, they are starting to round off.
Yeah, Plunge over and Mixing right now looking to take out that drone. Swift will actually find it instead as Formula 3 looking to move into the podcast room. They're full sending it into this room as the frag is tossed by Acer right there. Lion getting a heal off, just keeping the health up on that team. And look at this, Red is right outside of that door blocker, ready to swing at any moment. We see Plunge standing up on the box there. Ondog finding the kill on Epic Gamers. Plunge looking for Ondog and finding that kill. It's now a 3 versus 3. It's down to Swift, Red, and Plunge against Angel, Bot, and Lion. Minute 50 left to go. go on the clock as Swift will swing out, looking for some damage on Angel. Will find it. Here comes a flashbang, not actually getting either Plunge or Swift. We still see Red playing very dormant right now, waiting to swing out. Oh, I wonder if Red heard that. No, Red definitely didn't hear that. Just waiting on the other side of that door blocker right now. Angel Lion over at the end of the broadcast hallway as Red moves in, picks the perfect time to move in, finds one, finds two, but Bot will secure the refrag. It's now just a 1 versus 2 with Bot, the last F3 player standing right now.
Oh my god. I mean, for a second they're going blow for blow in that previous round, getting kills one after another, and they almost had a really solid reset gameplay from F3 in that little middle round going in for the hallway. But I mean, I gotta say it, roamers, Acer, those roamers are literally, I don't know, they're like, these are probably some of the best roaming gameplay I've seen in a while. I think some of these casts, they know exactly when to attack, when to pull back, where should they even position in the first place. And that was perfect gameplay, I think, there from Red, and to really kind of hold things down, because I think with that reset play, they might have had a really good opportunity to come back and potentially clutch that one up. But unfortunately, Red cut them out at their knees, and they were not able to crawl through and win that one out.
Red has been spotted by that F3 drone, but they're full sending it into the site. Plunge finds one, picks up a second. Hotline swings in for the third, but does get refragged by Bot. Epic Gamer will take out Lion as Epic Gamer runs through the smoke, dropping a second on Bot. Oh, well, you know, I suggested maybe they try a hatch play, but I don't think that was the right play.
You know, I'm always against hatch plays because I feel like they only work if you have really good coordinated attacks there. And I'm talking like everything has to line up perfectly. Otherwise, you do the drop, a lot of intel is given to the defending side. They know exactly where to shoot at, they know where to expect you, they know where you're, just all so much information from just a single movement from you. And you have nothing. You have literally no knowledge of where anyone in that room is going to be at. And it's a very aggressive, it's a very risky play that can play out, but I don't know, I'm just not seeing the same coordinated pushes from F3 at least that we had seen on, you know, on a map like Ship. And I'm not sure if it's maybe just Acer's defense is just tearing them apart so much, or if they're kind of falling out and losing some of that momentum that they did have in the previous map.
Real quick, Knifefire, just to interrupt you, I think we're having a problem with your audio cutting out. That's what I'm seeing from the chat right now. So if you
Yep.
just want to double check
There, yeah,
for us over here. 2 minutes left on the clock right now as a frag is going to be tossed through to the upper lounge. Doesn't catch anybody on F3. Got that 2 minutes left on the clock. Luna now pushing into the upper lounge. F3 are on the move. It looks like they're progressively getting more aggressive with these plays as we do see a frag tossing. It's going to tag Epic Gamer a little bit. There's the breach into the storage. There's the frag in response from Acer. That's going to catch Luna. What a beautiful frag by Epic Gamer. 1.5 minutes on the clock right now as Bot is looking to push in. Angel will find the kill on Hotline. Epic Gamer refragging Angel as Bot refrags Epic Gamer. It's now a 3 versus 3. It's down to Swift, Plunge, and Red against Bot, OnDog, and Lion. 1:20 left on the clock for this 5th round. It could go to Acer, give them a 5-0 lead. Could go to F3, give them their first points of this second half. Either way, we got 1:10 minutes left to find out what happens in this round.
Yeah, apologies there. We sorted out the tech issues. I was indeed muted for probably a couple of rounds. So you have me back now, and it's just in time for F3 to be all even here. 3s across the board and make it 2s. F3 now F2 with OnDog and Lion. All that's left to try and battle back on this push. It is the North American Grand Finals. Acer leading 7-3 map 1, 4-0 map 2, and now just moments away potentially from pushing that up 5-0, from getting 2 points away from being crowned the North American Grand Champions, locking in that 2,000 in cash and hardware. It is a lot. Well, 2,000 in cash and the hardware on top of that. There's a lot to be after here this afternoon. These teams have to lock it in, find the clutch kills. Lion and OnDog pushing in, and Lion finds the first one. OnDog's going to push into A site. They got to move fast. They can't wait. A great read from Lion, catches the second. Where's the third? It's nowhere on site. Red's way off of site. They don't need to push. Pushing would be bad. OnDog, they don't get the EMP plant. Red lets OnDog walk past them. Doesn't take the shots. The EMP doesn't go down. F3 have 2 alive, and they've lost the round. They're down 5-0. Martini, I don't think I've seen this outcome in a long time, ever really, in a match, but here it is.
I mean, we're seeing this happen even in the grand finals. Acer, again, it's like they're reading them. They know where they're at. This is, I would argue, the best of game sense that I've seen in players in really in a while. Because they really do know how to always keep that pressure up, and really at the end of the day, they know how to dictate the tempo. And I think, to me, that's what an excellent defensive team should be doing. You're letting the attackers come onto your site. You should really be the one dictating the tempo, and that's exactly what Acer's doing here. They're dictating the tempo so much that they can literally pull offside, and even if they lose a player still holding site, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because they pushed it all the way to the end that you literally do not have time to even plant a bomb, and that's a short amount of time if you think about it, because it only takes 5 seconds to hold to plant the bomb. So the fact that Acer is able to hold up until the very last 5 seconds in a round, a lot of credit due to them there.
Yeah, definitely. It really is Acer playing a fantastic game here this afternoon. Deserve it of the 5-0 lead as well. And let's see what we get for our last round of the first half. That's where we're at right now. After this, we reset economies, swap sides, and so all the money gets dumped into this last round, this 6th round of the first half. It's best of 7. And so the real trouble, of course, here is Acer getting very close to locking in this map. F3 need the foot in the door, as we say here, Gib, and we'll see if they can get it on this last one.
Yeah, it's all coming down to this. I mean, if they can't secure this round, it's going to be that first half lockout from Acer. And I mean, when you combine that with, their pace on the offense, F3 are going to have a very, very difficult second half here. And they're getting down to the wire. They can't make any more mistakes starting now. If they want to win this, they can't make any more mistakes starting now. They need to win this map. Then they need to win the theoretical 3rd map if we do ever get to that point. But right now, they've got to watch out because Red is over in green room right now, swinging out, finds one onto OnDog, looking for a second, but will be refragged by Luna. It was a good start for Acer, but Red decided to pick the hill and die on it, and ultimately Luna found that kill.
It's Acer in a good, well, I suppose not great shape as F3 here gets set up for the push, but still up 5-0 and into a 4-4. Ready and waiting with Kit's utilities. Several smokes, Bob, on the defensive side. We've seen a lot of smokes coming in over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes the hash into management. That's been opened by Luna. Actually, if they drop right down in there, they won't have anybody on Acer to worry about, except for Plunge over there. But of course, I mean, that's not saying much because Plunge is a very dangerous Acer player. They're all very dangerous as we see a frag tossed down into conference, not finding anybody, less than a minute on the clock. And what could be the first half lockout by Acer. Formula 3 has got to make a move right now. They've taken care of red, but now they really have to start moving. Epic Gamer goes bowling, finds one. Swings out of the door blocker, finds two. We see a breach onto the conference room. With Luna finding the kill on Hotline, 30 seconds left on the clock. Epic Gamer will look to swing out Swift, finding Luna. Lion takes out Epic Gamer, and it's now a 1 versus 2. It's just down to Lion right now. 15 seconds left on the clock. Plunge is on the other side of the partition. Actually used a tiny little gap there to see Lion on the other side. Brilliant gameplay by Acer.
It really is. This is impressive back and forth this afternoon. Martini and Acer really running away with momentum right now. We go into this pistol round, a side swap and a economy reset. Is there hope for F3? They got to do 6 in a row or they're out of this.
I mean, we got to see the same kind of tempo dictation that we saw from Acer. We saw, Acer consistently forcing F3 into some very unfavorable positions, whether it's some roaming gameplay that F3 is not really clearing out for, or whether it's when they're actually fighting the site itself, and even then they're dealing with a lot of pressure. Because again, Acer doesn't apply pressure in just one area. It's literally, it feels like all over the map. So I can see F3 being kind of scared of about entering certain sites because you just really don't know where Acer's gonna be at. They're constantly on the move. They're constantly trying to figure out how to apply pressure, and they're constantly trying to get picks off whenever they can, and it's obviously working out very well for them, but it's gonna be a little bit different now as F3's on the defending side.
I mean, Bob, it's a defensive sided map, so maybe there's a chance that we do get the perfect side from F3. It obviously starts here with the great equalizing round of the pistol round, though, and we're just 15 seconds into our 7th round of the afternoon in map 2.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the anomaly that they were making up on the roof over on Acer, but they had like a bunch of. It was weird. It was very weird. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and what could be the final round, and what could be the round that crowns Acer as the champion. We'll find out. Like Nightfire said, they've got to go 6-0 just to stay in the game over on Formula 3. Luna opening up the window, looking for some shots. Won't connect with anybody. Plunge did pick up a little bit of damage. On Dog on 53 right now. 2 minutes left on the clock as Acer on the move. Epic Gamer will find that kill on Luna's On Dog, refragging red using that Taurus. I mean, the Taurus hasn't failed Formula 3 yet. Epic Gamer finds Angel as Acer pushing into the B2 lounge. Hotline finding the kill on Dog as it's now just down to Bot. The last hope that keeps Formula 3 in this grand finals. Finds one, finds two. No way is it going to happen again. We see the EMP has been planted as Bot rotating over through the bathrooms. But look at this. Plunge is in there already. Plunge finds the kill on Bot. And Acer are your Season 1 champions.
I'm not surprised, but a stellar battle from the Acer team. They dominate map 1, 7-3. They dominate map 2, 7-0. And now they're dancing in celebration after locking in the NA Grand Finals, the first place team in North America. Well deserved, Martini, especially after the performance they put on this weekend.
I mean, amazing utility usage, amazing pushes, amazing pressure, amazing, dictating the tempo. Like, what else can I say? Because for a second, I thought F3 really did have it in the beginning. But I did say this before, like, this has to be F3's ultimate form. If they can't beat Acer right now, then I don't know another team that can. And I mean, at this point, we've seen that Acer is now crowned one of the best teams in the world. I mean, there's three top teams in the world, right? You got APAC, you got EU, you got NA. So we don't know who's the best. We don't have a World Cup yet. We'll have to see if that ever happens. But these are the best players in the world. These are at least some of the best players in the world.
It really was a stellar battle, and Bob, it delivered to my expectations. I couldn't have been happier with the 2 days of this weekend and what we got to see for EU and NA finals. What a cap to a fantastic Season 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been incredible. I anticipated Acer was going to walk away with this. It's one of the few predictions I ever got right in this postseason. I only got a few, and this is one of them. But they were strong all season. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Right. They were a dominant team in NA, and this really goes to prove it. I mean, so many teams, picked a fight with Acer this season. They had so many opponents, they scrimmed so many people, and they just proved that they are the number one team, that they deserve that number one spot. And this is, of course, proof of that. I mean, to beat F3 7-3 map 1, 7-0 map 2 really shows the level of mastery that this team is on. Now, of course, this is Season 1. So, I mean, there's a lot of time left in Breachers. There's going to be, Season 2, we're going to see so many new teams.
Yeah, get ready for the disbands. Get ready for the disbands. There's going to be a lot of them. And again, to your point, many of the new teams, Bob, sorry I cut you off there.
I was going to say, maybe in those new teams, there's going to be somebody in there, a couple of people in there who are going to band together, maybe make a team that can challenge Acer next season. But for now, they're going to stay at the top of that mountain, and they hold it just a little bit longer against the massive pile of teams beneath them. But a great game by both Acer and a very, very good game by Formula 3. I mean, by no means are they going to walk out of this, disappointed. They put in some great performance against Acer, but also they claimed number 2.
It's finally done. Season 1 comes to a finish. A massive, massive investment of resources and time from our production team that went into producing you all of this content. The interviews over the course of the leading into the Challenger Cup, the postseason interviews. Hats off to you, Bob, for jumping up to the task and helping with those. It really does help put on this whole show, and I really appreciate your support. Martini for putting in tons of casts this season. Filibust for joining us and putting in tons of casts this season. The entire casting team really stepping up this season to make Season 1 what it was. It would not have been possible without you guys on the desk, and I'm so happy that we had this team here today for the finals. I couldn't have put on a better broadcast with you or without you, so big shout out to you guys, and I really do appreciate the team, and I appreciate everyone that supports our team. Thank you all for tuning in and enjoying a full season of VRML broadcasting. This is what you can expect out of the VRML. High quality content delivered to you in a great packaged form. You can also jump into a bunch of our other leagues live right now. Vale just starting with their preseason, X8 coming in early February. Tennis Esports just wrapping, but keep your eyes peeled for another season. Just like you're going to want to keep your eyes peeled for another season of Breachers. We're not guaranteeing anything, but soon TM, okay? We'll have more details around it, and you can start to prepare your teams. But for now, take a break, just like we are going to take a break and relax. These winning teams finally getting a break and relaxing. And I couldn't have really, again, asked for a better, full, complete season start to finish. So hats off to the community for coming in and enjoying this game with me and with the VRML. I've had a fantastic time. So that's it for us on the desk. The last sign off of Season 1. My name's been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-casters Martini and Gibular Bob. Until next time, stay classy. VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager, Triangle Factory, HyperX, Protube VR, VRCOVER. Thanks for watching VRML.